They know the bryophytes don't have vascular tissue, so that's, right guys, is that about what you know? With mosses, they don't have vascular tissue.
What? Sorry.
That mosses don't have vascular tissue?
What?
That's all, that's what you know about mosses?
That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
That's all we've covered so far? Have we
I-
covered
like-
anything else?
I also know that they're better. They're better for your lung than grass.
Well,
They are. I've got
Yeah.
a slide on that, actually.
yeah, that's awesome. Cool. So yeah, so they will be a great audience. And then
Great.
when we cover it again later, they'll already have some experience and I think it'll, I don't know,
Yeah,
you may.
I can give Swashbuckler a number too,
Have
but
some converts.
Do you ever find
That's never gonna be
Biologist.
Yeah.
That one?
I mean maybe for athletics.
Some
But to get advantage when
Not
you
all
get
species.
on your
They are like,
extract,
supposed
that's
to
like
be really, really
you're
cool.
a
Right,
row.
yeah.
You're gonna have expertise in
Here's what I'm actually
acrobatics.
what I can think of it is when like
Yeah.
So much of
gets
biology
like
is
an automatic grapple, right? If you it's like a high tech.
Yeah.
It's also really
You get reliable talent.
You do.
You can't get less than if you are a row, you're never gonna have like under a 20
Darting
something.
around, doing their thing, a paramedic,
Yeah.
stuff like that.
I honestly think it's pretty cool though because it's like
Never.
Really?
It- there's no limit on it.
Surprising.
It's just
Yeah,
you can
but
use
they're
it.
supposed
You're
to be
right.
really
There is no limit on it.
Yeah.
And it's but it's only
I'm
useful
surprised just
for
how few I
athletics.
see.
Yeah.
But they're really cool when you do see
And
them.
there are people who are gonna handle athletics better than you.
Yeah.
They're just so adorable.
I actually
are.
With their little
For purple
weird
worms.
faces.
I want to
Yeah, they look like little crawling,
I can't remember
what's
if you
that
can
tire
use
brand that
acrobatics.
has the guy
Oh,
made
like
out
the
of tires?
Michelin
The Michelin
Man.
Man, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Hilarious.
Do,
How many scopes do you want me to steal from the other?
well, I'm gonna hunt out more, I think
I don't see the word.
Do we not want
acrobatics
the
in
one
it.
to murder
It's
there?
not even athletics.
Does he even
It has to
that?
take
He
a
does
certain
have
amount of
some
damage
basic
and
skills.
Yeah, we'll
Feel
take
con
it
save.
for sure, and maybe just a couple of the.
Do we
More
want
than
one
I
per
forgot about
person?
that.
Are we trying to do one per seat, or what are we trying to?
I don't know how many people are
Yeah,
coming
that-
to the Plant
yeah,
Society.
that
We
fits
did this thing before. at the
Useless
Plant
thing.
I think
Society. A lot of
I'm
people are
guessing
like,
I'm
we've done
saying
theirs
around
in there.
10.
Scrap
Yeah,
was
that's
at
what
least.
20.
And, what do you need for, do you have your own laptop that you're gonna connect in, or
I do.
is it a Mac?
No.
Or, no, okay.
Yeah, I
So we've
forgot
got
that
all the
almost
I also have
always.
a
It's if you're
jump
small,
ride,
they have to
so-
take some out.
I forgot your
Good,
red.
good to have a couple of options.
And I've got it up there in the cloud. So. I've
Lots
got
of
it
options.
everywhere,
Be
yeah.
prepared.
Do
You never know what
Always
you're
be
gonna.
prepared.
I want to see your?
Do you want to see it too?
Do you want to
Correctly, and on my laptop won't start, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hard
And then when the
container.
power can pick
Okay.
it up, you have your specimens to just talk
Well,
about.
the power
Clearly-
goes, yeah, then it gets
clearly
really
you're-
old school,
clearly
so
you're not
shine
in
the
my area.
flashlight on the whiteboard.
Yeah, clearly you're not
They're all
looking.
bloodied and
There you
yummy.
go.
Okay.
Mosses around in the dark. We've had
They're
to
gonna
do that
become
before
earrings.
with truffles. We did it for-
Of this,
Chicken.
that's not a chicken.
That's not
That's
a
a
chicken.
displacer beast.
Yeah, that's Bryophytes aren't actually my main thing, so
Okay.
yeah, it's funny.
What is
Okay,
your main-
I see the resemblance.
That's-
Oh,
That's awesome.
Yeah, I can tell.
I see.
Those are its wings.
I don't. So this Bryophyte thing is all done through the Native Plant Society. I was one of the people on the steering
This is
committee
not
for
their style.
creation of
That's
the
a bit
Bryophyte chapter.
Cool.
Then they're like, well, now you have to be liaison to one of the chapters. What do you want? I'm like, well, Shasta's like
It's
this in my mouth.
by a
so.
There you
chicken
go.
tree.
Yeah.
And it's big, it's huge.
This will
Yeah.
just slash
Territory.
tree blood.
Has a lot of interesting stuff. It's barely scratching the surface.
Yeah.
Either
Well,
Bryophytes or mushrooms.
I don't like it.
We'll have
You
you
don't
definitely
like him?
mention that to the class, because I did
Oh, yeah,
say you
there's
were a
no
Bryophyte
fire.
specialist, so we'll have to correct that. A lot of them.
Oh wait, why are we in here like an hour early?
Yeah, you are.
Where's everything
I just
go?
didn't realize.
Yeah, no.
They have a 30-foot flying speed.
Yeah, let's not have imposter syndrome here.
They get the blood and then fucking blood.
Yeah, you totally should have.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Like a chicken.
Even if.
Like a chicken, you know what?
think of
You're right.
yourself Is a Bryophyte specialist or bryologist.
When they still take fall damage from that
You
too.
know a lot more about them.
Bro.
That's why it's called bad fly.
Yeah, I understand
Because
that. I just kind of.
chickens still take fall damage.
Specialist for sure.
It's a fair point.
Until they do.
Their
But there
entire
are a lot of
flying
ifs.
speed is them just like getting up
Really
somewhere.
Oh.
Their wings are to help
Everyone is
to make it where they
there
fall
used to
slower, like a
be
fucking chicken
last
wing.
year.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they've tried they've tried.
The chickens are weird.
Like, no.
No.
I'm still keeping it in the system
Oh,
because
so,
I'm hopeful that.
You know the what are they called? The tundra guys? Bow? The
Stray.
Yeah, the strays. The one that shoots the slowness arrows. There's a new
Bogged
one.
Right.
for the swamp.
It's poison arrows.
Bro.
You're slowed down by the swamp. You're gonna get caught on lily pads.
And now you're gonna
Shot
get
by the
shot by-
bog. You're poisoned.
Yeah, no.
There are witches coming at you, but there's splash potions of harming ready to get you.
More witches.
Arguably, it is probably their best addition for like a hard mob.
Yeah.
No, yeah, that's gonna be really
sure.
annoying.
It's
Unless
also
they like change something.
it's also pretty you know how they're gonna add like the trials, like the challenges where you like go into like they're gonna be found in there as well.
I see. They're actually gonna be everywhere, and they're gonna be horrible. And they're gonna be.
Like think about
They're
it.
gonna
Like
they're gonna spawn writing phantoms.
Yeah.
imagine running through this swamp,
And then yeah.
getting shot at, and oh no, you start climbing and falling.
A lot more mystery, we know so little about Bryophytes.
Oh no, you're stuck now.
This is really starting to touch on.
Yeah, you know, you're just hopping on the lily pads. You're
No,
like,
here's my question. I wanna-
looking for a slime chunk. Doo doo.
I want to know
There was a,
how
I went to,
how much they're gonna spawn because I know for the tundra they're everywhere because it's flat space.
Yeah, it's,
And like
things don't like to spawn in water, but they're going to be spawned in water. You think they'll
swim. They'll be
yeah, like
drowned.
they'll swim.
It'd be cool if they were like drowned. But here's my question: are their bows gonna still be affected by water?
I think the swamp is usually one block of water. They don't swim, but do you think they'll turn into like fog?
Okay, that's probably how. Yeah.
Yeah, if you lure like a skeleton into the swamp, they just like stay in there.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I'll and I guess she's
Why?
Starting in 2025. So like the
yeah, and that's what I'm thinking. It's
like
not, so you probably
basically like
know-
Universe Beyond, like other
Since the
products,
pandemic,
like the Marvel
I will try
others.
to.
I used to work at Forestry Sciences.
I really hope that just for shipping colors they do not make Captain America red, white, blue, and just like two of the colors, or even green black. But no, I think for Iron Man it would be cool if they made all the suits of armor vehicles.
So the way vehicles work is you have a creature who's going to be Tony Stark, and you're gonna summon another creature. It's going to be a vehicle,
It's artifact
and
vehicle.
you tap the creature, and the creature
for the crew amount.
I listened to a really interesting.
the creature basically goes into the vehicle
Yeah,
and becomes the vehicle.
pilots the vehicle.
I see.
So like, and to determine how much like you need to tap.
Oh, and it's absolutely, the suits are going to absolutely have like an ability with this card does not need to be recrewed.
Yeah.
Something like that.
But it's like, say like crew 3, you need a total power of 3 from the creatures you tap. So if I have a 1/1 and a 2/2, I would have to tap both. But if I have a 3/3, just tap that. But then there's also creatures with pilot.
You got it.
Who can
Crew as if they can crew as if they have a 2 power greater. So a 1/1 is now a 3/3
Nice.
for crew, the 3 power for crewing. There's one vehicle that just creates pilots.
So it's still obviously red black.
Yeah.
But what would he do?
Actually, maybe I will leave my. I just want to get my stuff out of the way.
Everyone's super.
Rogue goes.
I really want the spider. I want. So you know what's funny? Spider-Man is a perfect red blue.
Yeah.
Even red blue white if you need to add another.
Yeah, I'd give him red blue. Have Cap be.
It's in the other room.
Cap's probably
It's in
blue.
it's in the room. Yeah.
For sure blue white. If they throw red in there, I won't mind. But also Hulk green black.
Obviously. Well, he doesn't have to be black.
I think black fits.
It does, but they're probably gonna make him pure green.
Yeah.
So I think green fits more than like green black.
Also,
Because green's all about building
I
big creatures.
I didn't think about it, but I thought of a great partner, like creatures with like a specific partners for it. Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Bro, Cloak and Dagger should get more love.
They do.
They need it.
Their show was like okay. That was before Sony bought them. Now if Sony made a show, it would be good.
Was it? Because I know there's the one on Hulu.
Yes, that one.
That one is like. I never got into it.
The effects for it were really good. I can say that for sure. Like,
The things just felt like they I felt something happened in the show from the
Yeah.
moment it started. But I didn't finish it, so I don't know. But they like showed up a few times in the Amazing Spider-Man.
Yep.
And that was cool.
Technically, Sony owns them because they're Spider-Man characters.
Yeah. Oh,
I'm pretty sure.
bracelet. That makes sense. But they absolutely should have them, and it's obviously white
Hard.
black.
Yep, exactly. White, black for permanent. If they want to add another color, I feel like one blue for spells.
I don't think they're.
I don't think it will be, but
I don't
like
think there will be. I think it's gonna be pure like, white black.
which would be
If they
sick.
have it.
The question is, what would their mechanics be? It's definitely gonna be. All of them are gonna have unique mechanics.
I don't
You
know
know
if I
what?
could say unique, but
You know what I think
Cloak
would
would be all about phasing in and out of the battlefield.
Shroud or no,
Oh, yeah.
Skulk.
Yeah, he could have both.
But that means you can't equip him with anything or target him with anything.
Does.
But no. So I just thought of something. What if instead of the suits having a feature where it keeps them as a vehicle, like they don't need to be crewed again?
Yeah.
Tony Stark has that ability.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Things he crews
Cruise remain.
remain crude.
Or like the last thing he crewed remains uncrewed
Yeah.
until he crews something else. I think that would be cool.
Yeah, and that's probably more likely what it would be.
Yeah.
And then he'll have sorceries.
red, white.
Yeah,
He's a
red, white.
boy.
He'll have sorceries
Wait.
that automatically crew some of his creatures.
I feel like I would play the shit out of that deck. Because
That could actually be really cool.
So the only vehicle, like commander, I have that works. It's not even that good. It's good. I just don't have cards for it.
The mate. Iron Man green. That's green.
You know what? Let's look at what a deck looks like for him. Rat colony. I love these rats.
Hi. It's
That makes sense.
Yeah, girl super like stomach flu sick.
Yeah. And I was sick, so.
Oh,
Did
yeah.
you get sick? Did you have like
Each
the
player
stomach flu?
chooses to run token non-player creatures they control. Exile them until this leaves the battlefield and attacks put the card exiles it into its owner's graveyard if you do investigate.
Have you had any blood out?
I know like a lot of people are getting sick.
I got this guy. Wait, this is actually so good. Because they just sack vehicles.
So hopefully, hopefully your parents will be getting better, but you said you just, when you're the one who's like a fever.
Yeah, my roommate this morning. I said her
Wait,
yesterday.
look at that
and this
ability.
morning, she was laying in front of the heater, so I was like, man, you are hot. And I moved her away from the
Put it
heater,
onto the battlefield.
and she was still hot all day.
Meaning I get both artifacts
But I was
because
trying
of
to get an early
fucking
return.
commander's ability. Because
Do you
most
want
of my
it
artifacts
after?
would be vehicles.
And I can get out some of the.
You basically put that with gnomes, and
Actually, yeah, that it could
and
work.
you could just search out solar.
I don't have it in there.
Yeah, but you could.
One of the days, 2 of the days were the same day. And then I was
Just drawing a card.
Are you not gonna get out?
I have this.
I am, but I came in
And
on
then it transforms
Tuesday.
into the vehicles you control and then it's pretty good.
I don't know, the box to be.
No, I
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
said that on the weekend.
Okay.
Because I was not feeling well, but I just started feeling better, and I thought I was gonna be fine, and then that's when I
Values that be dealt to him whenever he becomes tapped back, those opposite cards to your library.
So that's why I didn't come in Tuesday. And, then I sent a
Tap,
message
search your
saying-
library for a card, put it into your graveyard, and shuffle it in there.
And then I sent another, well, message announcement, I didn't explain that, that's the same thing. And then I sent another
Wait.
announcement yesterday saying.
Holy shit. Math.
For a card, put it into your graveyard and shuffle. If it's an
So,
instant, put a 1/1.
That last part does not matter. I can just search out every vehicle.
It's okay. I was.
That sounds about right.
Oh, King Makar. When you become untapped, you exile target creature. If you do, put a colorless artifact token named Goal on the battlefield and sack this artifact. Add 1 mana of any color to your mana pool. You exile creatures.
Okay, so I was thinking about it, and we only have 4 plugs per table.
Yeah. Oh yeah, more of a curiosity draw cards.
Oh,
More draw
okay,
cards.
hold on.
Yeah.
We only need a plug for
Vehicles you
the
control
light.
are flying.
So that's fine. Okay,
We're good.
cool.
For all vehicles, it's pretty good. Which one's tax
Oh,
rate?
do you guys need anything? Cause I think, were you all caught up? You missed stems last week. Didn't you miss?
No, I'm all caught up. She missed stems.
Yeah. I think I
She
have
got her wisdom
everything though.
teeth removed. She
I
was-
remember, yeah, you missed it.
He wasn't gone.
I thought you were gone. Somebody
No.
else was gone in here.
No, I did the stems.
Okay.
I missed.
Oh, you know who I figured out? Oh, shoot. I figured out his name. Sometimes, does he sit on the end here or?
There was one person.
The one, the.
Maybe
There is someone who sits on
He
the end.
moves.
Sometimes, yeah,
Yeah.
sometimes. Okay, maybe that's who I think of.
Yeah, I don't think it was
So
here.
did you get caught up then?
Yeah, I
'Cause
think
you came the second STEM day,
yeah.
but missed the first one. I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm good.
Yeah. Okay, good.
Like,
And our first exam's on the 5th, right?
That's not
2
next-
weeks.
That's
2 weeks.
I think
weeks
it's
from today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's far away, isn't it? You got
I just-
lots of time to study.
Yeah, because it got moved.
It's just so weird the way things are.
Yeah.
It's like,
that's
there's no class this Tuesday.
What? It's 3.
And we
Yeah.
missed what we were gonna cover last
Oh.
Tuesday.
Yeah.
Apparently, it's 3 weeks away. Actually,
What? Is it?
yeah.
the 5th.
Yeah.
Yeah, today's the 15th, so the 22nd, the 29th, and
Yeah.
the 5th. That's 3 weeks. Did it actually say the? Can we check
I
the?
might be off on my
Okay.
week then.
So we don't have school on Friday, we don't have
Yeah.
school on
Yeah.
Monday, and we don't have school on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Next Thursday, we are doing leaves, and then the following Tuesday is the test.
Okay, so that's
Okay.
2 weeks from now.
It's a week and a half
Yeah.
from now.
Oh,
So
the Tuesday
20
is.
So the 27th.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, did I write it down wrong? On
You
my-
put the 5th.
Oh no, I had a calendar open and was like trying to do it right. Shoot.
That means we have
I'll have to
exam
fix
back to
that.
back.
So the last one, I didn't complete this one, but it was for.
Oh, yeah, Stems was in there.
Yeah, you did. Oh, that's
Oh
weird.
no,
Yeah.
I don't want to do that. We don't want to do
Uh,
that.
We
We
got
don't
chem
wanna
exam
push it out
and
any
then
further.
this exam then.
I'll fix that for you today.
What day is that?
Good.
Sorry, I lost my mind. Is it the 20
We're going to the 25th.
bonkers? Wait.
I need to plug my phone.
Honestly, this goes so hard. Wait,
I won't be crewing.
whenever it attacks.
Bro, go like this. What color is he?
Purple.
Oh, fair enough.
If you have time and you're interested,
Um,
we're coming your
white.
geometry meeting
That's something I was thinking. It was blue.
at 7 o'clock on
Blue, green.
Zoom.
Either green or red.
Wait, no.
Yeah.
I
You're,
want black.
I,
Ooh, actually black.
Mav, you're wrong. It was on the wrong one. I doubt it's not the 25th.
Generally, we try to
No,
do
we're still-
weekends, but
You-
just
Bam,
Fridays.
bam.
It's a Saturday.
It's right here.
So, depending
That's where it is.
Okay.
on
It's,
No, I
it's
know, but I
the next
absolutely
Tuesday we're here.
had it on the wrong month when you said the 25th, and then I was like, okay. And then I marked it, and I was like, wait.
So is it this one?
Yeah.
Also,
But yeah, but so I told you that, right? It's
when it enters software, it takes 3 years to complete it by plugging it in.
yeah. Yes, you can't get in unless you know someone.
Oh, that's cool.
They know
Auto-
someone to
auto create.
check it out.
Auto crew people.
Yeah, but we're just,
And you can do that over and
we
over.
don't have a ton of
Oh,
people
joy.
this semester.
Wait, I don't know if I can do that anymore.
That's something. It's hard to have that type of ability though,
So-
rather than just crewing and then leaving something crewed.
Oh yeah, I have this game as well.
So we're trying to make it a real thing so anyone can participate.
Yeah.
These are the days I'm getting my eyes done. I have a speech on Tuesday.
It's a good thing you don't need your eyes to speak.
It's a bad thing. I need my eyes to look at my like outline and 4 note cards.
Better memorize it right now.
Bro.
Mention it.
Bro.
You also might just want to talk to your instructor and say that
Absolutely, yeah.
you have
If ever
procedures for the
time,
like days on your
Oh my God,
eyes
that's
and will not be able
literally
to
so-
read.
That's literally
So
so
those are all the creatures that I've seen. Oh, a good amount of the cards are from these like Snoop Pen.
Maybe I can beg them to do my.
You could more like Al Capone.
Or also
When do they do that? I want more gangster cards. And I don't mean Franco mob boss. I want gangsters.
Ooh, that's actually really cute.
Oh, there you are. I was like, where'd Helen go?
Pay that, create a 5/5 color display horde. That token means Zeppelin with flying and crew free.
Alright, so I've got them in the order that you're going to see them in.
Steal your bags. Sorry. Trying to make it easy for everybody. Thank you. So I got you there.
That's so funny.
Oh, it might actually.
Can you come?
Well,
That's all I know.
okay.
Mhm.
Just because then they can actually put them back on themselves and that would help us.
Alright, I'll stay.
Wasn't me.
Oh,
No.
yeah, this card.
What are
No,
you?
yeah, we can do it.
Okay, we can do it. I just
Or
figured
we
it's
can
less
ask, or
stuff.
we can ask them to
Wasn't
put
me.
it on them.
Yeah.
Grab it and have.
Okay.
This is it.
I can also pass them back out.
Would you like to draw?
Such a good card. There's a reason it's $7.
Oh, for sure, you control, yeah.
Yeah, $7 for 3 mana cost. Nuke 3.
Oh my god, I saw Spirit and thought it's garbage, actual garbage shit. Because in Yu-Gi-Oh, spirits all have the effect that during the end phase they go back to your hand.
Oh, that's terrible.
There was spirits were actually part of a very competitive strategy called the Yada Lock, which stopped your opponent from playing the game, just like at all. They couldn't draw cards.
What if I told you I have one
no
of
idea where those,
one of
that
the
slide
cards
tray
you can
went.
create an infinite combo of
So
sub
that was
games
put back, and it moves it put back in the tray.
that constantly makes my opponent lose?
So, why don't we go ahead and,
Yeah, but
I'll have you
whenever
skip
I'll
that.
go for damage, the cyber
These are
shield.
the things for this. Okay. And then, this is the minute.
Exile target player's graveyard.
This is the.
I came here to
wanted
not having the test today.
Yes, we are not having the test today.
It's
We're having it
on.
the 27th.
Don't listen.
Really?
Don't
Yes.
listen to the.
The next Tuesday. We're here.
canvas.
We talked about it. It's the next Tuesday we're here.
No,
That's the 27th.
Yeah.
good question.
Because next week you're not.
So bundle
We're
sheet
not here.
cells
The week
are, if you look at a.
I'm gonna be with Fern, and then I'll be with you.
Actually, this one works well.
Because all of them.
This one.
Oh, I thought,
There's no birthday.
Your birthday.
oh, that's an
Oh, yeah, it's done.
I thought the sign said something like normal activity will resume on Tuesday.
And,
on Tuesday
these
we also
purple cells are the bundle sheet
You know,
cells.
in-person classes.
They're forming a
Who's
sheet
gonna be here?
around that vascular bundle.
Okay,
Does that make
yeah.
sense? Whereas
So-
the sheath of a leaf is something that you see often
You're so
in
warm.
grass leaves,
Yeah.
No.
where you've got your, hope that doesn't tip over,
My jacket's like slightly too much. It's upsetting
where you've got
because
your
I'm
main
too cold with it.
grass
I don't
stem
want to
in
be
the
hot with
corner.
it.
And then you've got your leaf, actually starting at the node down here, that's where the leaf comes out. But then the leaf wraps around the stem, and then the blade pops out.
Oh, like those picture plants.
They have been. Pitcher plants, the leaves actually form a pitcher.
Yeah,
Yeah, so it's a similar kind of thing, except the leaf is forming and is wrapping around the stem of like the grass stem, the rough stem. So when we were looking at some of the grass leaves, the grass stems, sometimes you can see that too, you can see the saturation of the leaf around the stem.
In
Then
the
you
back
can-
of my mind.
Oh. Yeah, I do appreciate that word. And so you see that, like if you look at this right here.
protecting scopes. We're using it for a reason.
So if you imagine,
We're
like, you
looking
see
at
that,
Bryophytes.
and then there's another layer around here. So it wraps around the stem of the corn. And then,
So there's also differences. You don't have
Faces of villains.
and this is like
Players and this is a picture where you gain control of this. You gain control half it is attacking the player.
Bro, what is
Why
that?
is it? Why is it a villainous choice?
I don't know. It's so funny. Also, I
Have to give a little, have to give a little,
this is so bad.
like Deanna's doing.
You want that?
How to mix
Bro.
their,
That's dumb.
Valet and 4 and 5.
Please continue. Oh, that's actually.
I've got a lot of these really cool
But also,
glass dishes that I think that work really well.
Yeah, this guy.
Quick
Just looking for something to put over here to keep a bunch of stuff all at once.
You can let it actually sack another artifact or creature if you do put a counter on it.
And you
It's
can
minus
just-
until it turns.
Oh,
Bartholomew.
I
Bro,
see.
this is cool. So it's a 4-cost art vehicle. When it attacks, exile it and combat return to the function as forward under your control. It's a 2/10, so it should be able to survive combat. It becomes a land.
How do I?
It goes from Conqueror's Gallery to
Graveyard recursion.
Yeah, and it just colorless.
I'm not reading JF.
I don't know. It was on this.
Hide away.
You should smell it.
Wait.
It was kind of damage cast exile for that, you know. Oh, okay.
Return if you do return next to its hand, so you can just.
Yeah.
Oh, I have the high speed upper bike. Bro, it's also a crew one.
Well, who else is gonna be in there? Unlicensed tourists.
Wait, that's so funny. Exile up to 2 dark cards from the same graveyard is power times so each equals the number of cards exiled.
Yeah, all the lines together.
So, you have these good cards in graveyard. No,
But now my power's too.
and that it's power toughness is 2/2. Oh, weird obscure.
Yeah.
The mysterious limousine.
What? What's the keyword converge? Is that a keyword? It does something. I think it is.
Are you talking about
I don't mean convoke.
You're not gonna. Okay,
But
I don't know. But
I
first,
feel like converge is a keyword.
bro, I have those. Okay, so MTG.
Yeah.
Keep that for
Yeah.
Maybe it's just
introduce new battles.
Keep it wet.
So are we?
Try like
So I was
spells,
just
who
saying to
effects,
look at
pound the number of
Canvas
colors.
because
Oh
she
yeah,
says that
the ones
the
that pound the number of colors.
exam's on the
It's
5th,
like
but she
you
just
spend,
got the day wrong.
X
That's why I know
effect.
converge because of
How do you mistake the
my
27th?
the 2/1 black
She
card.
put out
Yeah,
like
I
3
have
weeks
that.
instead
Yeah,
of 2.
because if you spend 3 mana on it, you get the full effect.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why.
There's a red one that I'm pretty sure there's one for each color that's like the same cost, but one of its color than 2 colorless.
Probably just like,
Does yours
Painful
have like a
Truths,
cord
that's what
with it?
I'm just looking
What?
at examples of stuff.
These things, how do they work? I assume that there's a plug for them, but they're not real.
No. I don't know. We'll find out. I'm sure.
How do you guys feel if I pull up the
So
deck?
if
Deck.
The what?
The Okiba deck.
No.
Sorry, Grease Fang, Okiba box.
even just give the lid of a petri dish.
Sorry.
Just anything to hold a small amount of water.
I wonder what's.
Sure. You put that stuff away anyhow.
Oh yeah. Fucking vehicle. I've never heard of that. I need it for news.
Death shall prevail as long as our will falls to rest. And necessity will our resolve.
What set is that? 2XM.
Maybe he does, maybe he's just joking.
Oh yeah. Teleportation circle to blink your things.
How's the exam go?
What kind of exams do you have?
Our exam.
Oh, you mean like, okay, yeah, sure.
Bro.
I don't feel like I did very well.
I do feel more, I know what to do for the next one.
Did you see the guy? Did you see the guy I just met who handshake? Did you see him handshake me backwards?
No.
Oh my god. He had his fingers like this, like on his own. So I just went for it and we shook hands like.
So they're just, because they're just getting a little tiny.
No, I don't even know. I don't even
It would
think.
be this hand.
So, yeah, we did this.
They can put on the stage and
Yeah.
Huh.
and watch something.
The
I
whole.
forgot how funny this one is. You can force an opponent's creature to become a vehicle with crew 5.
Bro, that was going on.
Yeah, it was going
Why did it do that?
because I put spin on it.
Well, yeah,
so
but.
it wins.
Oh yeah, did you see this new card?
Yeah, it's more than
Trouble
one
in
people. It's
pairs.
supposed to be like 2 people per list.
He turns.
Spell draw card.
Huh.
Everything that happens twice. Yeah. Land. Okay, Eternal Wonder. Oh, give me an ineffable.
You can't have it.
No.
He's in stand.
I forgot what his like base ability is. Wait. This might be pretty good. Because I can get that in the draft.
We should make Karn cooler and make him an artifact planeswalker.
Wait, I forgot what the second one does.
Oh yeah.
I need to check something. Oh yeah,
He
I
just
have
creates a
that, by
new
the way. The best land for any vehicle deck. Pay 3. Just auto crew. He's legal in Commander, so I can just pull any card from inside the can.
Yeah, we're free to take a seat anywhere. Step up.
In front of the scope?
Yeah, in front of the scope, yeah. I'm trying to get one.
This looks so much easier than mine.
So, in a casual game, the card you choose from outside the game
Yeah,
comes from
pretty
your personal
much.
collection. In a tournament event, it's from your sideboard.
That's a shame.
So you just put every artifact you own in your sideboard.
But it's just like the Eldrazi. We love pay 20, summon all Eldrazi.
It just brings an artifact card from outside the game into your hand. What's a strong artifact?
Soul Ring. Dummy.
Wait,
Any boxes?
wait, that's so funny. You could do Soul Ring over and over and over.
Yeah.
Have like 20.
Yeah. Because they're not in your deck. They don't go by the same rule. I don't know. I don't want to get up.
That's funny. On the Great Freedom Field, you just can't tap your Soul Ring.
Yeah. I saw that because no activated abilities.
Roots them.
Yeah, burgers.
Great.
Grape.
You want a minute?
So when he says grape, and I'm like, yeah, I almost died on a grape once.
Or you were standing on a grape.
I almost died when I had surgery on a grape. The other did surgery on a grape. The other they microwaved a grape.
You know what? Fuck you.
I'm not this. That's not how you handle it. You know this. At least not in public. I wish it worked more like that.
You want to see the password cell in my samurai deck?
I was just thinking of this. It's spring loaded.
Spring loaded.
You know what's scary though? Those springs that are like, those like car springs.
What's that?
The hell is it? Okay. It looks like the thing that we're supposed to use.
Wow, that's crazy. It's almost like they've been passing out the thing that we've been supposed to use for like the past like 15 minutes.
I haven't noticed.
I've been seeing them dwindle away, and I've been worried that we weren't gonna get any because they're going pretty much everywhere but us.
Yes. I got you.
In the back of
We do. I need to get out. My phone's still on.
Oh. I've definitely done that too many times.
No,
Doesn't work very well, but you know.
what is that?
Strawberry.
Your phone
Is
is.
ice cream even a drink, really?
No, it's sugar.
What did you ask you?
It's actually really, if it's a drink. But
I mean,
really.
I mean, sugar water is still a drink.
Nah, but this is like just sugar.
Is it rude to ask who the guys are?
Still water.
What do you mean?
Those two guys.
There's someone like
We look familiar.
They're doing the talk
Oh, they're
today.
guest speakers.
Maybe that's where.
Josh, do you read the announcements?
Yeah, do you?
Basically, it's the same thing.
About the guest speaker?
We didn't do the
I read the
workshop
announcements
component last time.
Okay, well,
Same
what do we-
presentation.
there's the guest speaker.
I was told just to do the same thing for both. So,
Your phone is so warm.
but this has more like the hands-on microscope.
It's
It's just
actually,
like slightly warm, and my hands are just like
yeah, you're just cold.
warm electronics is like the nicest feeling when your hands are cold. 'Cause it's not like warm. It's not that warm.
dull.
But like, God, is it warm?
Half hour if it's exciting or pretty photos, 45 minutes and people are still interested. Okay. It's somewhere in that
You
range.
might even be able to take some of this stuff,
Yeah.
over, definitely not all the microscope stuff, but just some of the stuff.
That's such a bad article. Cost
This stone is more potent than ever.
So far, I think it's pretty much set up. They're still running around.
That makes sense.
So it's just been power clip, like mad.
So bad.
Bottles of water and lights and stuff like that, so still some setup. How many people are coming from?
Works, but
Should plug yours in.
one back down where it's been.
Full house already?
Yeah. I've got a couple of people from BLM.
Okay.
You found with the light. I can't remember his name.
I don't.
From BLM?
Gee, I sure do hope this doesn't blow up.
is going to.
Try to do some things with bryophytes and modeling. I'm actually being great. Just entered into a contract with CBS to do, I think it's like 1,000 acres a year for umpteen years.
And then Taryn will be like there.
Vascular plants or
Doesn't work because my charger's too big.
yeah, there's
Well, sucks to suck, I
My
guess.
phone's actually charged. It's at 56.
great.
That's charged.
What did you plug it in at?
All right.
Like 20.
I'll give you 2 minute spiel before we get going on your presentation.
I've been using like literally all day. I've been listening to so much music.
That's so real. I left my music on all night, and it was at like, it went from 90 to like 20, and
Mine
then it
would've
went
died.
back up to. Mine surprisingly has an okay battery. I mean, I use it too much. It has a horrible battery because I'm constantly like having all of my apps open, but I only have music, so.
Alright, so my collection currently is 55 cards I put on here. This is $3. So my cards are worth more than enough.
Look at, they're silly.
I've only registered 655 of my cards, but they're worth that much.
Almost $1 each.
It's because I have cards that are worth like a few cents for some, but others are like $40.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's actually a cool thing. I had no idea what that was at first. I was like, what are you talking about? That's pretty neat.
I like all of my different tomato flowers and their prices. $11 for this one, $3.83 for that one, $15 for that one, $17 for that one. You know what? I should probably add.
Where's Paula?
I spelled the name wrong. Oh, I hit.
5 more minutes.
Alright, there's another $25 out.
Just get those out now, or, well, they can come and pick stuff up and get that at the same time.
Wow.
Losses aren't big.
They're not allowed to see each other.
For real, it was one big
Okay, yeah, so potentially
So I added,
more on each table, maybe.
I added 4 more cards.
So we can get 4 more.
Bro,
One of them is worth 25.
where's
Here. That's a sort my collection by price.
There might be, I'm not double check if we have more in another book.
I like how this is too. It's got all like the pictures and stuff. It's cool.
Well, because there's different versions, I can add multiple of the same card, but with like the different arts.
Yo,
They have significantly different prices.
I mean, yeah, that
Bam.
makes sense.
Yeah. Like, normal soul rings do not cost that much. They cost about $1. This one, 24.
Because it's fucking awesome.
It's a secret layer. And it's, yeah, I wish I got the normal ones and the galaxy foil of them. The galaxy. Here, let's see how much a galaxy foil would be. Wait, I need to press add. $55.52 if I have the foil version.
Bro.
Rainstorm. I got.
Is there a Magic the Gathering club in Reading? What? Like a place where they hold tournaments for us?
Boards and boards.
When did they participate
In Reading. And if I get a mortgage on the house, I'll take it. Getting a third, I already make
How many people?
just waiting. Every other draft participating, I lost 2 dude. He's not going to this one.
Keep looking at my finger. Dude, I feel very
Finger.
Dude, I feel like low-key gross looking at that.
Looking at your fingers.
I have like asbestos on myself.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'll look at my finger.
Finger. I think you're supposed to do like some of this stuff.
My thumb looks incredibly obese on this guy.
I have an adapter that's for Mac. That's why I was asking you. And a lot of people are still having
I'd probably ask that they do my right eye first so that I can, one, get it over with, and two, not have to do my speech with like very impaired vision.
I feel like I'm made out of like 4 polygons.
What?
You think you're made of 4 polygons?
My finger just kind of looked jagged.
Really?
Yeah, it kind of did.
Can I see your finger? Can you, why?
Because
Do you want to see
it
mine?
definitely wasn't like that, but like it felt like it.
Felt like it.
Oh, don't look at this finger hair. You'll regret it.
The hairs.
That's a good idea. Let's look at my hand.
Oh my god, you're right.
$46 for Applejack.
Bro, do you have Applejack?
Not yet. I bought it. They haven't shipped out yet.
How much was it?
$40 for the total 4 cards. Look at how much it's worth for one.
What the heck? Why? I could look at my dead ends. I need to cut my.
Other guests, watchers, look at
This is what I need to thread a needle. This right here.
Is that a laser pointer? Whenever we get
I forced my dad to take me to my school. I dragged him to get
Look at how split it is on the end. It hurts your eyes, doesn't it? Is it like little white curled?
That's a split?
I think so. What? Unless it's like a microscopic Logan's
The one I
hair.
had was split in the middle, but like nowhere else.
They're like great. Oh, maybe I just have like fuzzies on my hair. That honestly could be it from like my jacket.
A big world of tiny plants.
A big world of bryophytes. Ooh, don't do that.
All right, hello everybody, welcome to class. And Bryophyte workshop as well. So I just wanted to, first of all, welcome the botany class and also California Pet Society members who are here, and anybody from the community who's happened to wonder what's going on in here and sneak in. And so to my botany students, I've talked a little bit about the California Pet Society, CMPS, and there are often some really cool talks I've mentioned and field trips. Is there a field trip tomorrow?
I think so.
Yeah, okay. So this is one of the many wonderful things that the California Pet Society does is brings really cool people in from our community and outside of our community to talk about plants. And so we're really, as I've messaged you, hopefully you guys have your announcements turned on in Canvas. As I mentioned that we're very lucky to be able to take advantage of that as a botany class to get to, even though we're not officially focusing on this topic until week 12 of this semester, that we're going to take advantage of this special time to learn about a really unique group of plants. And we have Don Burke here, who is Vice President in the California Pet Society, and he helped get this all organized. And I'm going to let him do the official introduction of our wonderful bryophyte and mycologist, bryophyte and fungal specialist here, Scott Loring.
Okay, so just a couple things that I'll mention and then let's.
Oh, yes.
But she's talking about really cool people. That's Scott. It's not
yeah,
me.
I'm going to talk about cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm with the Native Plant Society. We do a lot of stuff here locally. Field trips, always with an emphasis on the botany, plant identification tips, that sort of thing. We've got a whole list of places to go on our website, along with photographs of what you'll see along the trails. So for you aspiring botanists, check out our website. We also do a lot with plant propagation here at Shasta College, at the nursery. We've got a real active plant propagation group and have a plant sale once or twice a year. And always need help. You'll learn all about best management practices for cultivation of native plants and for nursery care. So join us for that. We also have meetings pretty much the third Thursday of every month, except the summer and Christmas time. And perhaps most important for this group, we do offer a $2,000 scholarship every year for biology students, botany students. I've got some applications with me. We also have a fillable form online, so this is more just a reminder for you. We always give preference to Shasta College students since they're local. So this is for college students or high school students who are going on to a four-year university. in a plant-related course. So I'll leave that up here. And yeah, I would encourage you to pick up an application or look it up online. The applications are due May 3, so coming up here fairly shortly. So for Bryophytes, Scott's gonna take it from here. Scott's graduated from what? Evergreen State College up in Washington, so he's still a little bit waterlogged from the experience, but you find a few Bryophytes there.
Very good for Bryophytes where it's wet.
Yeah. 20 years or so, 25 years in the business of searching for Bryophytes, and
28 now.
28.
Bryophytes,
Okay.
fungi, a lot of other stuff.
So we get 28 years of distilled down into 3 hours here. Great. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you. If you could get some of the lights turned off?
Yeah.
It's probably good enough. So I'm here to talk to you about bryophytes. Bryophytes are all around us in the natural world and in our own man-created world. We walk around in the hills all the time. They're covering the trees, they're covering the ground, they're covering the rocks. You go out here to the parking lot, they're growing out there. They're growing probably on the roof of this building. And so what are bryophytes? Bryophytes are plants. They are photosynthetic plants. They have chlorophyll. They make food from sunlight, just like vascular plants. However, unlike vascular plants, they have no vascular tissues. They have no specialized tissues with which to actively transport food and water and nutrients around through the plant. No xylem, no phloem. They don't produce lignin. They don't make wood. And so that can give you some size limitations. If you don't have some supportive type of compound, if you don't have lignin, you don't have wood, it's hard to reach up 300 feet into the sky. It's hard to get your nutrients up that high. It's hard to get water up that high. Bryophytes, essentially, instead of having this developed vascular system, they wick stuff around. A lot of capillary action. It's fancy wicking. And as such, bryophytes tend to be very small. This is Ephemerum crassonervum. That was taken through a microscope, and that is an entire plant, and it's about 1 millimeter in width. Others, this is the genus Fontanalis, and it's not self-supporting because it doesn't have lignin, but it can get really large in the sense that it can get really long. So it's aquatic, and you find it growing around here in clean fresh water, streams, rivers, wetlands, and the such. And it can get up to about, a meter long or so. This is the world's largest bryophyte, Dawsonia. It's from the southern hemisphere. You won't find it around here, but it does have relatives that grow right out here in the parking lot that look almost just like it, except they're only about this big. Those plants, I don't know if you can see them too well up on the projector, they look like these huge bottle brushes. And for size reference, each one of those is about the length of my arm tall. And they can get up to 1 meter tall. So being plants, they have some similar looking features to those of vascular plants. However, being non-vascular plants, they have different functions and have different names. So instead of roots, which actively gather nutrients and water and transport it around the plant, bryophytes have rhizoids. They look like roots, but they're mostly used to anchor the plant to the substrate. They rarely penetrate the substrate, if at all. And they can wick nutrients and water up, but once again, there's no active transport. They don't have specialized tissues to do that. There are no flowers or seeds. It's all done by spores as far as reproduction goes. And they have a wide diversity of leaf shapes and sizes. Well, if you consider this big to this big being a wide diversity of sizes. But they often look a lot like those of vascular plants, where you have what appears to be a midrib, and in a bryophyte that's a costa, because it doesn't have any vascular tissue, it doesn't move anything around, different names. And they're technically supposed to be called phylids instead of leaves, but in the bryological world, people usually just refer to them as leaves. And so I will too. What they are not. So they're not vascular plants. Okay, we just went over that. They're not lichens. And that can be kind of confusing sometimes because a lot of lichens can look like a lot of bryophytes do. And often grow in the same habitats on the same substrate and heavily intertwined and intermixed. They can actually be difficult to physically separate. But a lichen is a symbiosis between a fungus, which generally controls the body, the shape of the organism, in symbiosis with a green algae or a cyanobacteria, or all three. So you technically have 3 different kingdoms in one composite organism. And they are not mushrooms, even though some bryophytes can look like mushrooms. I don't know how well you can see that, but these are moss capsules that come up and they have this flaring rim that makes them look like a little mushroom, like a mycena here in the mushroom. There's 3 main groups of bryophytes. One are the mosses, and that's what most people think of when they think of bryophytes, and that's the bulk of the biomass that you'll see around here when you go walking in the woods or walking through the parking lot, the little stuff coming up through the cracks. The next are the liverworts, and most people that are just starting out learning liverworts, most people think of the crocodile skin, which grows locally around here, usually in wetter situations a little bit closer to the coast. It really likes to be on stream banks or edges of wetlands, such like that, and usually in the shade in this part of the state as well. The third group are hornworts, which can look an awful lot like liverworts at the base, but they reproduce using these big horns. And if you have those big horns sticking up, they're these 2-valve things, and as the spores mature inside, they just peel away like a banana peel, exposing the spores inside. So if you see the horns, you know you have a hornwort. And just to touch briefly on life cycle real quick, the takeaway with this, we'll get more into this here in a few more slides, but the takeaway is that there is an alternation of generations. And with bryophytes, the gametophyte is the dominant generation. So when you're out there looking at that green leafy moss covering the tree, that is the gametophyte. And the sporophyte is just this temporary diploid phase that grows attached to the gametophyte. So that's your moss capsule. When you're walking around, you see the green pasted all over everything, that's the gametophyte. And then the little capsules sticking up are the sporophyte. And so with mosses, there's 2 basic subgroups based on morphology. The first is acrocarpus. And that's generally where they have a single stem, it grows erect, and this is a clump of many plants. So each one of these is a separate plant. Single stem that grows erect most of the time, and rarely, if ever, branches. You know, sometimes you'll get 1 or 2 innovations, but not much. And the sporophyte, the capsule, is terminal. Usually grows right from the tip of the shoot. And the second type, especially if you live in temperate areas, this is what most people will think of as mosses, or the feather mosses. These are pluricarpus. So they have a main stem, and then from that main stem, numerous little side branches. And that stem and those branches are all covered in leaves. And the leaves tend to be pretty small on the feather mosses. And the sporophytes can come from wherever. Sometimes they come from branch tips. Most of the time they come from the axils, main stem, and side branches. And there's a lot of gray area in between those 2 groups of mosses. Nature doesn't always like to follow our rules. So the liverworts, there are 2 subgroups as well. The first being thalloid. It's like that crocodile skin in that slide just a couple back. That is a thalloid liverwort, where it appears to be just this skin, this film, some kind of leather growing out over the substrate. You don't have a stem and leaves like you do with mosses, for example. And within thalloid liverworts, there's two subgroups of that as well. There's complex, which is that crocodile skin type of liverwort, where if you look closely, it has these polygons on the upper surface. And in the center of each one of those polygons, kind of see as these pale little circles up there, those are pores that go into an internal cavity. And the pores themselves are lined with specialized cells that help regulate moisture and gas exchange. And then there's the simple thalloid liverworts, where in cross-section, the tissue is basically just homogeneous. It's all the same kind of cells. You can have a differentiated upper or lower cortex or skin, but for the most part, internally, it's all pretty much the same. And then there are leafy liverworts. That's the second group of liverworts. So these do have leaves. They have a stem, they have leaves. And these can be really hard to tell apart from mosses because mosses all have stems and leaves. And so one of the ways you can use just out in the woods when you're looking at these things is that leafy liverworts tend to be way more organized and neat looking than mosses do. They have leaves that are ranked. So if you look at this one, this is a species of Furlania, very common on trees around this part of California. You have these lateral ranked leaves on the sides of the stem, and this is viewing from the underside of the liverwort. And then you have what appear to be these darker, kind of bullet-shaped features with a little stalk that looks like it's connecting them to the stem. That's actually part of these leaves. It's called complicate bilobe. And what that is here's your big lateral leaf, and then there's a lobe that comes off of that. It's tucked, folded underneath that larger leaf lobe, and it grows into this specialized structure. In this case, those are little flasks. And there's a lot of argument out there as to what they're for, but they hold water. I've seen that, so I think it helps with water retention. And then you can also have liverworts that don't have the complicate bilobe system going, just two rows of laterally ranked leaves, or you can have laterally ranked leaves, and then a row of little leaves underneath the stem. So you have 3 rows of leaves in effect. And it's kind of hard to see up here, but these leaves are notched. Kind of like a piece of pie or pizza with a slice taken out. And sometimes that notch can be just real shallow. It can be rounded, it can be pointed. Comes in a wide variety of different ways it can be presented, and that helps determine a lot of different species from each other. A lot of this is getting in really close. These are small plants. And the hornworts, as long as you have that horn, it's pretty easy to differentiate them from the simple thalloid liverworts. That's the only thing that you'd have to worry about confusing a hornwort with. Or for those of you that are familiar with ferns, the prothallus of a fern can look a lot like a liverwort. But if you have that horn, you know it's a hornwort, because no liverwort is going to have this long, tall structure coming up that just terminates in a mass of spores as the thing falls apart. And if you really want to dig in deep and tell the difference, if you're not sure, everything's sterile and you just have nothing to go off of, hornworts only have 1 large chloroplast per cell. That's it. Liverworts and mosses always have more than 1. And so I have some leafy liverworts and thalloid liverworts over here. And you guys have microscopes. So this is something you'd want to look at with the dissecting scopes. I guess since all the water and stuff is up here, people should just come up here, and if you want to, maybe it's mandatory for those of you that are students, I don't know.
Actually,
But-
I didn't mention this, but for students, I Okay, some of you guys are taking notes, that's great. Hope you're taking notes or mental notes, and I might have you submit a little write-up about this or some points. So if you haven't been taking notes, hopefully you got good mental notes going on. And also I'll be sending out or passing around some paper. If you're not one of the students, don't feel like you have to do this, but you can totally use paper too if you want to write down which specimens you're looking at and do some quick, very simple sketches of them. And I have a roll sheet. Sorry, Scott, I just was.
Oh, no worries at all.
A roll sheet for my class to sign. I'll pass that out in just a bit.
So is this on the test or not?
What's that?
Oh, nothing. So I guess for those of you that want to, okay.
Also, there's water. Oh, we need some droppers. My students know where the droppers are, but there's also water up here in little droppers, and then we've got water here.
So really all you need to do is take one of these dishes and put some water in it. You don't need a lot. Mosses are small. And just take it back to your table and grab a leafy liverwort out of here. All you need to do is grab just a piece. These are small with small features. You don't need a lot. You got a microscope to magnify it. So all you need is like a centimeter of it if you want to look at these things. So now that. See the leaf arrangement. Take a small piece of a moss.
Yeah, you could plug in the light.
Hey folks, there are also dissecting needles everywhere, and forceps. You may only need one or the other, depending on how into the dissecting you end up doing. So
Grab
you
a
may
little
not
bit
have
of moss,
enough for
grab a little
everybody
bit of
to take
liverwort for these
forceps.
two piles. You can grab some of that too. I'll use that later. But it's mostly these two.
They were getting it for me.
Okay, cool. Yeah. All right.
Cover that one up. Nope. Take as much as you want, really. That's the leafy liverwort. This is an off. There are no roots, so it's
Comments on your artwork.
just gamified with maybe a few rhizomes. The species doesn't even have much rhizomes. Mostly just stem and leaves.
Did you get your mom?
So you do for most work is a muscle. Up until the whole pandemic.
Yeah, I just was waiting. I didn't realize there was still no unplugging.
And then the guy worked retired and he was
It really just depends on what your eyes are. Yeah. Sometimes you, while looking at it, you might decide you need a little light or glass, and you basically just adjust it. Yeah.
those of you that didn't hear.
I could probably do
One piece of the leafy liverwort.
Let me know when
And grab.
I did not grab these.
I'm literally going to be honest. I'm waiting until this entire report is done.
That is so fair. When you get up, can you grab an extra pair of things? Grab swords. Would you like to ponder my sample?
Oh, okay. You can look at it. You can look at it. I'm just gonna get mine set up.
You're just what?
Gonna get mine set up.
Here, grab 1% of the leaf liverwort that's in the water in the right tray, and then right to the right of that is just some dry moss on a piece of paper.
Where did mine go? Oh, it's on my finger.
Oh.
This is magnification. This is focus. Focus is your thoughts, and then
Either. Oh my god, I'm silly.
and to adjust it so that what you do is you look through this one first, close your right eye, then close your left eye once, and then turn that one, and then get it home. So you won't actually get a headache because you scope it. And that, yeah, that's why you're probably getting a headache because the lenses are not focusing.
I'm making work over there. I have one. That set it up perfectly, man. Sorry about that. You can just move it so you can have those must be shared.
People in the back there, there's
Oh, those are
a tray with a leaf liverwort in it. It's leaving
I don't think we're doing it.
directly next to that. There's a white piece of paper with a big plum.
No, I don't. I think he's.
No, if they still
I'm pretty sure it's just this one.
That can,
I think it's just this one.
yeah. So I think this is magnification. This is.
Magnification, that's up
Or
and
sorry,
down.
yeah, this is like this is your magnification. This is.
No, if you look at it, it's just,
Yeah, I
brings it in more.
Yeah.
It's just a finer magnification.
you are crazy.
You said like I tried basil, and then you said star. I was like, oh. What if I just
I was like listening.
A couple weeks to advance.
Oh. There we go.
All you need to tell you
Thanks more.
There you go.
material, so everything we do
It's like
today
has hundreds of thousands of dollars in like baseball cards.
You want to look at it? You want to look at it?
Alright, sure.
Sorry, do you?
I can.
It's not like we have much.
Yeah, that's straight on.
Oh yeah, that's. I can see that. I'm just gonna wait.
You just had to go all the way up.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, get off your ass and get to work.
Am I looking at like, do you see those like green air bubbles that are, you know, if it's like chloroplast or something?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Hey Josh, what are you on about?
Because we were the ones that set up the stuff. Just go there and tear it apart. Get it all ready, and then everything.
Grab one piece.
But every one of the straws.
I feel bad for these. Do you smell something weird? No. So like I've just been smelling something.
This, at least, everyone's getting all their stuff.
I have no idea what I got.
From here on out, I can just walk around. Take some.
It's like like inside. Yeah.
So this is
Oh, were there two things to grab? Or did you just
Dry
grab
one.
two? I did.
Yeah, there's a dry moss over there. You can look at too.
Everyone's got to get all their gear.
No more.
I might go through tonight and just say hi.
Yeah, from here on out, I think because people are just grabbing their gear and everything.
Wait.
We just walked in and
Don't say anything. No, just keep bravely telling me about like I didn't say why you guys were doing it. Just briefly mentioned it. I just asked him what he was doing.
There's no more.
There was no more. I got mine after you.
I didn't get any.
They're over there.
Yeah.
But so why'd you say there are no more?
Of these?
Yeah.
Because you've been here while people have been getting them. Because Taryn
Was
said
Taryn
there's
looking
no
for one? I was wondering why you wanted them because you got them before me.
No, I got up before you.
Yeah, I didn't realize Taryn.
I just
wanted
was
some.
silly. You know, Taryn got like nothing.
This is one concept that I know a lot of people that are kind of sticking with this for now. And
Where'd you put it back? I don't
It
know.
deserves to live.
Did you sketch it already?
What?
We're gonna have to draw them later.
I just drew it.
No, you can. You don't have to.
I
That's optional.
don't know if it truly is optional though. She said for points.
It's
She
probably
said she
extra
might.
She did say she might, but if she does,
Because it dry me on the left. Oh, you just got a wet one. Sorry, I thought you took some of the dry one.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
It's kind of like a, one of those trees that kind of, yeah.
I'm literally there every night.
Just like hanging out on top.
I do know. I've met so many people.
that's pretty much what it's going to be.
You can see every little bit of dust. But yeah, no, a combination of up and down.
Yeah, no, I got it all the way out.
Yeah, like all the way up and then like in. That's good.
So what's this now? It's like because I only have to use this slightly for
So what do you think?
I think it looks close. It's only at 1.5 though. I should probably turn it up. Sure looks.
I've never actually attended any.
It looks like a picture you'd see like.
It does look close, and it's like losing it too.
Yeah.
It's going.
It's getting. It's like
Get me out of here.
cinematic plant moment. Look at my screen.
talking about how Williams, like, I thought
I just wanted to see, does everybody feel like they're getting a good grasp of how the dissecting scopes function? Are you feeling good about it? Better. Better? Okay. Hopefully those around you, if you have a question about how it works, please let us know. There's a few of us here who can help out. But there's generally these big knobs are what bring it up and down and focus in. Whereas these smaller knobs up closer to where the oculars are for changing the objectives. So it's changing the magnification. So you can get closer or further away from the little knobs up closer to your face. And then the larger knobs further away help you focus in. So if you're having a hard time getting that to work, let us know. And then looks like you guys all figured out how the lights work too.
You really, the important thing with these isn't necessarily the magnification, it's getting them into focus. It's getting them into focus and into stereo focus, so that's going to be two different adjustments. Yeah, go for it.
There's actually a trick with the eyepieces because there's two different depths of focus on those. So what you want to do is look through your left eye and get it into focus. Close your left eye, look through with your right eye, and then you can turn that right hand, the lens,
On the eyepiece.
on the eyepiece, and that will bring both, then you turn this until it brings it into focus. And because if you look through a unadjusted stereoscope for too long with one eye out of focus, you will get a headache.
And you won't be able to see these bryophytes. More importantly. So what you're looking for here, you grab two different things. You grab
Oh yeah, no,
the leafy liverwort
in on this.
from the water, and then you grab some moss, some dry moss from that piece of
It's so,
paper that was directly
like,
next to it. And so
dusty.
the takeaway here that you want to have is to see the leaf arrangements on both of those. One just looks random and it's all over the place and it's very disheveled looking. There's no real organization. Technically it's called spiral insertion. But with these leafy liverworts, you get these nice organized ranks of leaves. Nice rows. They're often shingled on top of each other. Just such nice, neat organization. And very, very few mosses will have that. Most mosses are just, the leaves are everywhere and it looks completely disorganized. You can't make out rows. There's only a few mosses that are truly ranked around this part of California. So is everyone able to see that? Everyone use the dissecting scope to get everything in focus?
It's funny. I was telling you where the best shot is, but the best shot
Those of
is
you, something that I find helpful, and a lot of the students in here have done this, is taking a picture of the sample up here with the name and everything, taking pictures of them, and then you've got that name then. And you can associate that then with the specimen.
And something else, if people aren't familiar with thalloid liverworts, just take a piece off and pass it down. Try and make sure there's enough to get to the end. You don't need much. Take a little piece off, pass it down. A little piece off, pass it down.
You should take a little.
I'm not taking a little piece for you.
I should take a little piece first then. I don't know if that.
Did you get some of that one? Can you tell us saying about how the little leafy thing?
Can I see that?
My picture.
Are you able to see that?
I think I took too much, but there you go.
It's hard to see the actual spiral because it's all just crammed in there. It's all just a mess, but that's the point. So most mosses are just a mess.
You see that green?
And most liverworts.
Oh yeah, that dot.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
You think
That's what I think it might be. Yeah. Your little dots were so pronounced. On
All
yours,
over
so
the
it's
place.
kinda-
Bad morning time.
You know marble is.
So the third thing that's being passed down right now is a complex thalloid liverwort. That's the crocodile skin. If you don't see the crocodile skin, flip it over. It's only on one side. Just take a little, rip a little piece off and just pass the rest in.
I got it.
These are all things that I've collected in the past few weeks. They're easily replenished.
And if you're, so, these students, if you guys are already taking notes on something else and drawing a quick sketch and putting the name of what you're looking at, you can ignore this paper. I'm just gonna, maybe I'll ask you if you want. Do we put this in the water?
You can, but you don't have to. Some bryophytes rehydrate better than others, and the alligator skin doesn't rehydrate that. Really, all you need to do is just see the surface that has the crocodile skin look to it, and look at the polygons, those little 6-sided, 5 to 6-sided shapes,
Oh, so
and the
might,
little pore that's in the middle.
might actually be mandatory addition.
It's fine.
What's that?
I have all the pictures I'm taking in order labeled in my notes, so I don't have to think about it.
I'm sure there's more.
Exploring to take notes and draw examples of these and write the names of them. So cool. Those pictures are not good.
These pictures turn out better. I'm gonna move. Because I can't. Why do you put your stuff on the left side of you, anyways?
I go.
Okay, so has everyone had a chance to see the liverwort lined up with the moss? You see the nice, neat rows of leaves on the liverwort, and the moss is just all over the place. I just said it. And then with the thalloid liverwort, you're just, that last thing that was just being passed down the road.
I know.
You just want to see that crocodile skin effect with those polygons and the little pore that's in the middle of each polygon. That's a basic complex thalloid.
Well, one's a little work.
What you're trying to see is how unorganized the moss is compared to the nice, neat, rank rows of the liverwort.
There's more paper up here if anybody wants any more. I read that.
You know, I have that book, but I haven't opened it. There's the little thumbnail photos in there are just beautiful. And like I said, I haven't closed early yet. This is the most time yet. So I'll tell them about this also, that there's mosses out in California. Moss. So this is actually, you know, it's more of the boreal stuff that you get, especially in the northeast part of the country. I don't know. And it was like 70 or 80 pounds. It is. It's older, gonna be being like 10 to 15, somewhere in there. So what? Yeah. No, I looked at the advertisement essentially for it before I got it. It was showing that age. There's a book out there. I don't know. Like I said, I haven't opened it, but I was told that it was more real forest and more to the east side of the country. So it's like more northeast than it is northwest or California. So that's just what I was told. Like I said, so there's
I don't know why people say it's just like
so both these guys are just, you might know Martin because the map service Bruce and Feud taught it always, who were 35, 6 years, 4 or 5 years.
It's weird. Oh, I see.
And that has,
It's norm.
I don't know if you're like,
Okay. I'm pretty good at math.
you'd have to look later.
I have to, because I have a friend that and he just said after the one thing, it's like we look at
That's still gonna come a lot because of
something he notices that you never noticed before. There's like a bunch of math problems and like you didn't get the exact right answer, but like all this stuff. Somewhere
brown stuff. There's scales in there, and there's risers. So that's what brown stuff brown fuzz. Yeah. That's probably it's the rhizoids of it. It'll speak to it as a substrate. It helps water nutrients. It's just this dense mash of stuff that helps retain water as well. We'll get more into that here. Thank you. There's also, we were just talking about common mosses on the Pacific Northwest. And mosses of
Oh, that is like, I think it's
Okay, everyone, ready to move on? Yeah? I see some thumbs up out there. So another way to tell the leafy liverworts apart from the mosses is the sporophyte. They have vastly different sporophytes. So people have seen what a moss sporophyte looks like. It's the capsule on the stalk, and it's usually there year-round with most species, and it's wiry, it's thick, and even after the capsule has matured and let its spores go, you can still see the remnants of those from sometimes for years. They're very persistent. The sporophyte on a liverwort is this really small olive-like capsule on top of this very thin, fragile, ephemeral stalk. The whole sporophyte only lasts a day. And when you see the two side by side, you'll never ever mix them up. So if you have sporophytes, that is the for sure way to tell a liverwort from a leafy moss. And I'll have a picture coming up in just a bit. Getting back into the life cycle for a bit though. You're a bryophyte, you start life out as a spore. And then that will grow into a gametophyte. So all this is haploid at this point. This is all haploid generation, gametophytic generation. And as I've said multiple times already, and I'll probably say it too many times, but the gametophyte is the dominant generation. That is what you go out and what you see as moss. All the green leafy stuff is gametophyte. And then the gametophyte produces specialized sexual structures that are gametophytic material. And there's a free swimming sperm for the male cell. And this is a trait that that bryophytes have kept from their aquatic ancestors. So vascular plants, you don't get free swimming sperm. So these organisms need water in order to reproduce. That sperm to be mobile to swim around. The sperm finds an egg, turns into a zygote, turns into an embryo, turns into the sporophyte, turns into the moss capsule. This is all diploid at this point, diploid generation. The sporophyte grows as essentially its own separate plant. Grows attached to the gametophyte, is anchored to it, and somewhat parasitic. It takes nutrients and food from the gametophyte. So you look at a moss capsule, yeah, there's chlorophyll and stuff in most of them, but it's not enough to sustain them. There's a lot going on in a sporophyte. So they need the mother. With that alteration of generations, it's the exact opposite of vascular plants. So vascular plants, you walk outside, you look at these huge trees growing out there on the grounds, that's the sporophyte. That's the diploid generation. So vascular plants have this huge sporophyte that is the persistent thing, and in most of them, the gametophyte is just this little tiny short-lived phase, often just only a few cells. And then it goes away. So bryophytes have evolved their gametophyte to have a lot of diversity. And that's how we identify them. That's what determines species, genus, family, etc. And with vascular plants, they've put all their energy into sporophyte. As with vascular plants, you can have male and female separate bryophyte plants. You can have male and female parts on the same plant in different locations. You can have male and female parts on the same plant in the same location. There's, I think, 20-something different terms to describe exactly how that's going on and what positions everything is on a given plant. And the terms sound a lot like those we use for vascular plants, but these are non-vascular plants, so they have different terminology. Dioicous instead of dioecious, for example. And so with spore dispersal, you're small and you're light if you're a spore. You get sent up and you can get carried away by wind. The smaller and lighter you are, the more potential you have to have a much further dispersal away from your mother plant. So bryophytes often have a very wide distribution. We have species that, most of them are only known from a few populations on the immediate west coast, but it's the same species that are on the other side of the Pacific Ocean in Asia and common. It's just some of those spores find their way in the trade winds across the Pacific, which are predominantly east to west. And all of a sudden, here on the west coast, we've got some Asian species growing here. Some bryophytes have developed specialized means of spore dispersal. So the one on the left here, this is a dung moss, a nitrophile. It grows on nitrogen-rich substrates such as dung and carcasses. As such, that rot attracts flies. These bryophytes actually produce chemicals that also attract the flies. So the flies are attracted to this pile of dung with this moss on it, and then they're attracted to the capsules with the spores. And the spores are sticky. So the flies land on the sporophytes, land on that capsule, pick up spores, and conveniently enough, fly to the next pile of poop. Its preferred substrate.
Yeah, you found it in California?
It didn't used to be, but I've heard this is now in California. It's been found really, really close to California, up by Mount McLaughlin, Howard Prairie, Butte Falls, that area, on cowpines, of all things. But I heard, I don't know if it's true or not, but I've heard that not this exact species, but Tayloria serrata, another dung moss, has been found in California. And probably not too far from here, because I doubt it was too far south of the state line. And another moss, Schistostega, this is a cave moss. It grows like really deep in caves in really dark areas, and we'll talk more about that one in a bit. But for now, it also has sticky spores. If you're sheltered way back in this cave, you're probably not getting a whole lot of wind flow. So the spores are sticky. Little critters will crawl through the moss, past the sporophytes, and get spores stuck to them. And then sphagnum. Everyone seems to know sphagnum as far as peat moss goes. Something you buy from the nursery and enrich your garden soil with to acidify it. If you grow blueberries, you know what peat moss is. But it comes from an actual living moss, which I thought I had some of up here. Right in front of me. So I guess, I don't know, pass this clump around as a clump. But that's actual peat moss. That's what peat comes from. That's the living part on the top of the sphagnum bog, for example, where all the peat has been developing for many, many years. The peat is simply just dead sphagnum. But sphagnum has this dispersal method where once the capsule reaches this maturity and it's just dry enough, So like on a nice sunny day, you're out walking through some wetland dominated by sphagnum. And if you listen closely, if it's quiet enough, you can hear this real quiet popping. And that's these capsules exploding to send out their spores.
Does that happen like all the time, or is it just for?
Just when they're mature. And in California, sphagnum is not common. It's mostly small locales at higher elevation. And last I heard, there were no known populations of sphagnum in California that were fertile. So no sporophytes on sphagnum in California. Last I heard. Things change. So maybe sexual reproduction is not your game. A lot of bryophytes have asexual reproduction. A lot of bryophytes that also do sexual reproduction have asexual reproduction. Hedge your bets. You know, get yourself out there. Do it as much as possible. One fallback of asexual reproduction is that it's a clone of the parent. There's no genetic recombination. There's no genetic variation going on. It's clones being sent out. And another fallback is that these propagules they're much larger than spores, although this was taken through a microscope. That's still much larger and heavier than a spore. And so it's harder for the wind to pick these up and bring them great distances. You're not getting very wide dispersal most of the time. But if you're growing high up in a tree or way up on a cliff face, something like that, those little propagules will fall down and start growing on the substrate underneath. So you can have something that starts growing in the top of the tree, and pretty soon it'll just dominate the tree because of asexual reproduction, or start growing down this massive curtain down a cliff face. Something else that they're good for is getting rid of competition. If you have all this stuff that's constantly being sent out, growing new plants right next to you, then it helps to outcompete. It's a good way to maintain a given population. This is a thalloid liverwort, and these are little splash cups. So for those of you that are familiar with bird's nests, little mushroom, those are splash cups as well. And in the bottom there's the peridial, the eggs, that are just packages of spores essentially. This is kind of the same thing, except it's just asexual cloning. But it's a splash cup with these eggs in it, and a nice big raindrop hits it just right, and it splashes out. Like if you were to take one of these little bowls over here, put it under the faucet, and just crank the faucet on high abruptly, water goes everywhere. Everything in your little bowl goes everywhere. That's the whole idea here. So you can see these pale green things right here. Those are some of the gemmae, they're called, that have come out of these splash cups. So again, you're not going very far, but it has its purposes. Another means of asexual reproduction is simply fragmentation, having the plant fall apart. And this is done with often specialized leaves where the leaf will grow up and then there's a weak constriction. And then the leaf continues on up. It's meant to be fragile there so it can break off. Same with the entire plant itself. It might just be a fragile spot in the stem near the growing tip of the shoot that's meant to break off. This is Campylopus, a moss that if you go west of here into some of the serpentine in the Siskiyous and Calamus, you'll see that sometimes growing over thin soil in semi-shaded to fully exposed serpentine habitats. This is a species of Dicranum, and I took a little video of this. It's not wanting to do that on this computer. Oh, here we go. Probably not going to be able to see it too well up there, but I'm rubbing my finger over these plants. And as I bend the shoots, the tip is fragile and breaks off and gets catapulted by the shoot trying to correct itself back to erect. I'll play that again. So look for little things flying up. Seem really good on the computer screen. It's just brief little flashes of things flying around.
You want to try it?
Maybe you get the point.
You want to try it one more time with the light?
All right, all right.
Let's see if that helps.
I kind of see them.
I can kind of see them.
I think it's
Like little flashes look like.
So if you take, yeah, it's just these quick little things buzzing past. They're actually moving pretty fast. That's not sped up at all. And they literally get catapulted. It's kind of fun to do. There's another moss that grows around here in clumps at the bases of conifers, and it has really fragile leaf tips, Orthodicranum tarica. You can lick your finger, just get it moist on something, and then rub the top of those moss cushions, and you get all these little tiny green fragments of leaves. And each one of those little tiny fragments is capable, if it finds a suitable habitat, finds a suitable substrate, to grow into an entire new moss plant. You can take most mosses and liverworts and cut them up, just mince them up. And each one of those little fragments, put them into a blender and get puree. Each one of those little fragments is capable of growing a new plant. So getting a little bit more into the structures, the morphology of bryophytes. These are small plants. So you go outside and I'll use the trees in the parking lot again as an example. We use the leaves, we use acorns, we use cones, we use flowers, we use all these big, easy to see things on these big vascular plants in order to identify them with. Now take that 50-foot oak tree out there and shrink it down to the size of your thumbnail. All of a sudden you're going to need some magnification to help you see all the parts that you need to see in order to identify these things. So magnification comes in real handy. That's why we have all these microscopes. When you're out in the woods, you don't need to carry a microscope with you in order to identify vascular plants. And a great many bryophytes can be identified in the field, even from a distance, without the use of any magnification at all. But if you're going to get serious about it, you need a hand lens and you need a microscope. So at the sporophyte, you have the capsule, that's that main urn thing that produces the spores, and then you have the stalk, the seta, that gives rise to it. There's a calyptra, it's called, which is actually part of the gametophyte that is pushed up and held on top when it's young. If you actually take that off and expose the whole capsule, there is a little lid that's sealed to the top of the capsule called an operculum. When the capsule is mature, when the spores are mature and the capsule dries out some, that operculum falls off and exposes the peristome, it's called. It's these series, sometimes there's only one series, sometimes there's two or multiple series of these teeth. So here there's an outer series and an inner series. And most of them kind of look like this, but there's a lot of variation and a lot of different species told apart just by their peristome. And so with that peristome, it forms basically a salt shaker. It regulates spore release, and we'll get to that in a moment. When you're identifying bryophytes, taking them through a key or whatever, these are three terms that are going to be used a lot. So with immersed sporophytes, there's little to no stalk, and they're buried down in the gametophyte leaves. The leaves actually exceed the capsule. It's buried down in there. And that's common to see on a lot of aquatics or bryophytes in other harsh habitats where there's a lot of friction or abrasion, high wind situations, things like that, because it protects the capsule, keeps it down. Instead of putting it up there on this big tall stalk, it just gets blown off. And then emergent is where the capsule comes part way out from the gametophyte, but it's still part down in the leaves. And then exerted is what most people are familiar with a moss capsule. Yeah, this capsule sticks way up on this stalk. So here's some better photos instead of just the line drawings of the peristome, the calyptra, this thin transparent film here, and the operculum that got stuck in the calyptra, exposing the peristome. So the peristome reacts with moisture, reacts with humidity changes in the area to be open or closed. How many people are familiar with bimetallic springs? One person. So the thermostats on your wall at home have bimetallic springs in them. I guess a lot of the stuff now is just digital and doesn't have anything moving in it, but bimetallic spring is two different pieces of material put together that expand at different rates under different circumstances. So when it's cold in your house, one side, one piece of metal contracts more than the other, and it pulls the spring over. It literally changes the shape of it to touch another piece of metal and act as a switch and turn on your furnace. With these, it's kind of the same thing, except it's with moisture. You have different cells of different sizes that swell at different rates and change the shape of these peristome teeth. So when it's wet out, when it's really humid, the teeth are closed in on the capsule, because you don't want a lot of water to get in, and you probably don't want a lot of spores to get out if conditions are really wet. If a bunch of water got in there, the spores are just going to turn into this mass of mud. They're not going to dry out. They're going to start rotting. They're going to start germinating. They're not going to disperse. But when things are dry and you get this nice dry powder that can go up into the air, then it can be dispersed by the wind. And you'll have much better dispersal and much better probability of anything going somewhere and actually growing. And so what we'll do now, this is moist, that is dry. And what we'll do here is, if I can find it.
Looks like some sort of creature.
So take a piece of this, pass it down, and you just need some of the brown capsules. There's green capsules and there's brown capsules. And depending on the humidity in here, this may or may not work. This is hit and miss. So you just take a piece, about that size, pass it down. You just need a few brown capsules. You see the difference between the brown and the green? Some are older, some are still brown.
Look at this little bug right here. Oh my god. Bug. But he's too small. Come here. I have a bug. A bug.
Also, I put the one
Oh, cool.
it's even more more wet now.
So when you're looking at these sporophytes, look at how wiry they are, how persistent they would be. They don't just shrivel up and die on you. They're almost kind of
Like
woody,
a whole bug. Like a...
even though they don't produce liquid.
He's got the cool I got
Oh, what the heck?
from that.
I already have a sample.
That's not fair. You should take a picture of it, Taryn.
Terrified.
So,
Taryn.
is this just from the moisture in the atmosphere, or because
He
it's
hates
like
moisture.
all the parts together?
So what we're hoping for here is that these teeth are going to react to the humidity in our breath versus the humidity, the ambient humidity in the room, enough to move the peristome teeth when you put them under the dissecting scope.
Okay.
So what you want to do when you all have a piece of this is you want to position the capsule so that, because if you look at it, it's bent on the stalk. You want that capsule to be staring up at you so that you see those teeth right there. Does that make sense? And so to further answer that question, the whole moss can be wet. Like you actually put it in that standing water, and you should see a difference in it as well.
Okay.
So it can be that, drastic.
So
But the thing is, with our breath, it's going to come and go because it'll dry out the second you stop breathing on it. So you get this repeated in and out, or at least some movement, hopefully, we'll see what the humidity's like. It's been raining outside, so humidity's kind of high. So I don't know if this is going to work for us here today.
You've got life on you.
That's your water. I assume that's my water.
We have life forms over here moving around, so we're distracted by water. There's a lot of bugs on these.
I just picked these out of my yard yesterday.
I looked through, saw a caterpillar, and like jumped back and see it.
So they're not completely dry. That means that's, who knows if this is going to work or not. The brown overlooking Bryophytes is kind of a green younger one.
And are we supposed to do something other than observe them?
Yes. So once you get one, team up with someone. Get one of the capsules so that if you look at them just in side profile, there's the seed of the stalk that comes up, and the capsule's just kind of nodding there. It's kind of off at an angle. Flip it around and hold it so that you're staring that capsule right in the mouth where those peristome teeth are. So you want to be looking at a capsule like this. Perpendicular to those teeth, so you're staring right at it. And then you'll want someone to come up while you're looking at it and breathe on it real slow. With that is, if you can absorb it real fast, you can lose it real fast.
I'm gonna
So
hold
wet
it down.
fast
So.
can be dry fast as well.
Yeah.
So some mosses that take much longer to get wet will stay wet for much longer. And it depends on what kind of habitat you're in or what kind of climate you're in. Anyway.
Yeah, it's cool.
You have a state moss.
No.
Look, it's already.
No, they don't. There's a state like
Some of them
it.
are already going back in.
There's a state like it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they go in and out real
Ramelina
quick.
and ZZI, the
I
fish.
didn't think they'd dry off that quick.
You should. We should have a state moss.
Oh no.
I don't know.
Well, that was
They're all pretty cool.
But yeah.
I have some up here. It's Denver. So if you haven't seen the peristome teeth move yet,
Bro, they just patched
just set it
that.
on
So you can't swipe
Why
first.
is
stage in the light and allow it to dry a
Oh,
little
it
bit
still
more.
have. Why?
No,
why
it's
is Nancy-
messages, not friends.
Yeah, but why is Nancy all the way up here?
I don't know. It actually does that for me for like Jack and stuff too. I don't know why.
But that was BM.
Or what?
The fact that it literally hot fixed it.
Oh yeah, is it?
The crocodile one?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Crocodile definitely the S tier one so far.
Like 12 o'clock, you start munching.
It's crocodile like leather or something. I don't know.
What?
Have someone breathe on it. Have someone breathe on it.
I know, right?
Which one?
I'm right in front of us, brother.
Sometimes the whole capsule will move because the entire
Just like throw your pointy thing at him. I mean,
So the
he'll
stalk that it's on will twist around.
I just wrote complex styloid liverwort.
Literally so
I mean, that's a good one. I like it. Bro got a really close-up picture of the alligator skin one.
Yeah.
You should send me your slide pictures. I like them. These are mine.
I closed my business.
I don't know what. Oh yeah,
Okay, we ready?
that was mine.
All right. So this is what you hopefully saw, is something to this effect. If you haven't, set a capsule off, disconnected from the plant, set the capsule off to the side in the light on your black stage, and hopefully it'll get warm enough and dry enough to where you might be able to see this later. And to back up a little bit, just to show function of the peristome. So when things are damp and it does close up, the peristome has, see all these little teeth on the teeth, like little side teeth of the teeth. All these little eccentrics that poke off of it. When the capsule closes up, those touch the spores. Spores get stuck on these little things, and when the capsule opens, the spores are still stuck there and they're exposed to the wind so they can blow away.
What?
With liverworts, if you look at these sporophytes, these capsules, right now, with liverworts, in comparison, you would have this little tiny olive on top, and this thin, fragile, almost transparent seta, the stalk that comes up. And so if you see a moss sporophyte next to a liverwort sporophyte, you'll know they're different right away. And hopefully tomorrow on the field trip, for those of you that might come, last time we did this, maybe we'll go to the same location again. I don't know what the plan is, but we did see some of these. And just within moments of picking them, you can see them wilt. When the capsule is mature, it breaks apart into 4 longitudinal valves. And those valves fall apart almost horizontally, exposing all the spores that are inside. And moss plants will never do that. Moss plants will always have that mouth that you're looking at with the peristome teeth. Some don't have a peristome, most do. Some don't have the mouth. Sometimes the capsule just disintegrates and spores are released. But this is the typical condition, the capsule with the mouth with the peristome. And liverworts never have that.
So let me remind people about the field trip, since I didn't say that earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, for the rest of this event, after we finish our lab, we're actually going to go about 5 o'clock to final draft and have a little social time. And then at 6:30 we have a regular brewery down.
I kind of put that together. Yeah.
Good job. Good job. Pretty sharp. Then at 6:30 we've got our chapter meeting, and Scott's giving our presentation and same slides, different slides.
I think it's going to be the same thing, because that's what I was able to do last time several years ago. So.
And then
it'll just be in a bridge version where we don't have the microscopes and all this downtime.
Yeah. And then tomorrow morning, we'll have a field trip for those of you who join us. You don't have to be a CMPS member for any of our events, just come. We're gonna meet at 9:30 at the downtown mall, or the Mount Shasta Mall by the Chase Bank, just on the north side of the Chase Bank. Or at 10 o'clock or a little bit thereafter at the Waters Gulch Trailhead on Packers Bay Road. So you gotta drive up I-5 to O'Brien exit, then do a 180 and head south on I-5. You can only get to it from southbound I-5 to Packers Bay Road, go down several miles, 2-3 miles to a small trailhead. We'll see the rare Shasta snow wreath, which is currently, Brooke just reminded me, it's being proposed for federal listing right now. We'll see that along the trail, and we will definitely see liverworts.
So yes, we will.
We will.
That was a good location last time, so.
And can I put in something for the talking? So if you, any field trips going on and any kind of talks that I let you know about, or if you hear about something plant related, such as the field trip tomorrow, it is, and the beetle, somebody went to the beetle talk that happened at the library downtown, bark beetle. Those kinds of things, I do offer a little bit of extra credit that can build up to help push you. If you're right on the teetering between grades, these kinds of things can help push you over into the higher grade. So that's an option, an extra credit for the field trip. I do want to let you know that they are going on a trail that we do actually go on the trail, on that same trail for a field trip later in the semester when the wildflowers start popping up. And we do try to time it when the Shasta snow wreath is flowering, which is, sometimes it works out, which is really cool. And it's an amazing trail to see the Shasta snow wreath for sure. So just want to let you know, I think I'm gonna try to, if I can work it in my schedule, I'm gonna try to go tomorrow morning, and hopefully it's outdoors and I can be mask free. All right.
So you go even if it rains?
What's that?
So you go if it is raining?
Oh, I'm going if it's raining. I'll go if it snows.
There was a question about.
How long does it go till? Like, you know the ending time?
The field trip? Whenever, if you drive yourself, whenever you want it to.
As soon as you finish the.
No real commitment. It didn't take that long last time. We didn't go that far. We went down to the creek itself, and there was a bunch of stuff, and then we pretty much saw it all. We made it, probably wasn't more than, I don't know how far down it was. This was years ago. It was the only time I was there, but we maybe went in like 800 or 900 feet. And we saw pretty much everything you needed to see. So getting back into structures, the stems really aren't that important taxonomically. There's not a lot of variation with most mosses. The stems are kind of the same, except you can have what's called a central strand or not. The central strand is just a bunch of very narrow cells in the center. You can have rhizoids, those root-like structures that grow up the stem, and sometimes those will even grow onto the leaves. And the whole plant will just be this bush of rhizoids. You can barely see the leaves sometimes. These are leaves of one such species, just covered in rhizoids. The rhizoids help wick water and hold water in. Water retention is big, and we'll get into some of the physiology here in a bit. The leaves, though, are very diverse amongst different bryophytes. Just like with vascular plants, they come in all these different shapes and forms. Really, really diverse. With mosses, bryophytes in general, one thing with the leaf is how many cells thick they are. These are very small plants with very small leaves. And a great many species, the leaves are only 1 cell thick. That's it. Some will be bistratos, 2 cells thick. Some will be multistratos. Some will have bistratos or multistratos areas in them. These leaves being this small and this thin, you can be pretty fragile. So by having some thickenings, it's kind of like reinforced concrete. You're sticking something in to make it stronger. And sometimes the thickening will be around the outside. And so if you're trying to tear, say, a piece of paper, and it's all folded up on the outside to make it thicker, it's harder to start that tear. So if it's harder to start that tear, it's harder to get the leaf to tear. It keeps it more intact. And you see that a lot in some of the more stressful, high-energy environments, like fast-flowing rivers, peaks and ridges with a lot of wind and sandblasting, that kind of thing. There are some mosses that have a costa or a midrib. Wouldn't be the correct term, but I like to use that term anyway, so a lot of other people with bryophytes. So you can have a costa that's really, really short to almost non-existent, and most of the leaf is just the lamina, it's called. Or you can have a very thick, obvious costa that you can see even without a hand lens. Some mosses, the leaves are mostly costa, and it's just these thin little pale wings on the outside that are the actual lamina of the leaf. And then there's some more advanced species, genera of mosses that have what are called lamella. This is a cross section of a leaf, and those lamella are essentially, if this is your leaf, the lamina are in rows like this, going down the length of the leaf. And they're photosynthetic. So it's more surface area for photosynthesis, even though the lamella themselves aren't positioned perfectly to get the sun. And they also help wick water around through capillary action. You have all these narrow little channels that help wick water and hold water.
Scott, would you say, are they sort of like finger-like projections?
The lamella?
Yeah.
No, it's like, if this is the leaf.
It's a row, like a line of cells.
Yep. A raised, so that would be the cross section of the leaf.
Oh, so it's like,
so
it's like deep ridges.
If this was the leaf sticking out, so yeah, it's like thin
deep,
paper-like ridges.
Yeah, okay.
That run the length of the leaf. Some mosses, they don't run the length of the leaf. Some only have them right in the center. There's a bunch of differences that we use with these lamella to distinguish different species. And as with vascular plants, you can have leaves that are, can't see it too well up there. There's large teeth on that leaf, so you can have teeth with non-vascular plants, just as you do with vascular plants. You can have margins that are enrolled or recurved, as you do with vascular plants. And you can't see it too well on this. See it a little bit better on this one. There's these rows of elongated cells with thick walls. That's called a lymphidium. And the cells tend not to have chloroplasts, and they probably serve the function of reinforcement. They're just harder to tear. So again, it's just preventing your leaf from tearing and keeping it intact. And you see a tear there, but you don't see a tear going around the outside. Plenty of tears. Probably where I grabbed it with tweezers. And if you're getting closer, there's a genus of moss, Rhacobitrium. Actually, now it's several genera, but they are recognized by having these sinuous cell walls. So these thick cell walls that are all wavy. And sometimes even with a hand lens, you can see that effect. We've got a good hand lens. And looking a little bit closer, many mosses have papillae. These little salients, these little projections that come up off the cell walls, or sometimes off the cuticle of the leaf itself. And they can be just these, it's hard to see, but little bumps or little finger-like projections coming off the cell end, or they can be really complex, highly branched, come way off the leaf surface, and coralloid. And we use those a lot to differentiate species. And most of that stuff you can see with a compound microscope just fine. It doesn't need to be an SEM. And usually you do that by making a cross-section of a leaf. That way you can see these projections in profile. As with vascular plants, leaf tips can be very different. They can be rounded, they can be toothed, or they can be like these, where the costa comes up and out of the leaf, excurrent it's called, and produces a hyaline tip. Sometimes it's chlorophytic as a tip. And then at the base of the leaf, some mosses show this better than others, but there's an alar region. These are differentiated cells, normally down as in this photo, the lower corners of the leaf where it meets the stem. They're usually larger, they're usually thin-walled, and this is getting back to that bimetallic spring thing that I was talking about. So these change the shape, just like those peristome teeth, hygroscopic. These change shape, the shape and orientation of the leaf itself to the stem with moisture. So when the plant is moist, the leaves are spread out. What are the leaves there for? Photosynthesis. You're putting out your solar panels. You have water, you can metabolize, you can photosynthesize now, time to put the panels out. As you start drying out, those alar cells shrink and draw the leaves in towards the stem, and often the whole leaf will just curl up. Everything gets reduced and just starts hugging itself. And that is so you retain as much water as possible. It's like, I'm drying out, time to close up shop. I can't photosynthesize as well anymore, but I can still do other things. I can still grow, I can still reproduce. You can do all these other metabolic functions. So you try and retain water for as long as you can. And on that note, always the last bag to check. As with before, just take a little piece, pass it down. You don't need a whole lot. A few branches. Yeah.
But I immediately forgot.
So keep it dry for now, don't put it in the water.
I kept all of them dry.
And unlike the little peristome experiment, breathing on it, this will work because these are dry and they're going to get very wet and there'll be a difference.
And what are they?
So this is a species of Orthotrichum. It's really common on the trees, it's even here in the parking lot. Common urban moss. Urban and in all natural settings. Very big, diverse genus. And California's got a lot of them. They grow on rock, different species. They'll grow on different species of trees.
I have some at my
Some
place.
grow on hardwood, some grow on conifers. Yeah, some will grow on rocks of a specific pH. Some will just go for the limestone, whereas others will go for the more acidic, like andesites and basalts, granites, igneous stuff.
Looks like it's
So let me know when those have made it all the way across the room. Yep. Everyone this end got some? All right. So what you want to do is take it, put it on the stage. Hold it down with something if possible. And I don't know if you all were given droppers.
We were not.
Okay. There's multiple ways to do this. You're trying to get the plant wet while you're looking at it through the dissecting scope. And so you can do that by holding it down on the stage and putting some water on it. Or you can just put the little cup with the water on the stage, get it to where you think it's going to be focused, and drop some of this moss into the water and watch what happens. That's the key part, is stay looking through the dissecting scope while you're doing this, because it's fast.
So Sarah's passing around droppers. If you want to share, maybe 3 people can have a dropper.
That's okay.
And then you can just suck up some water from your little dish and try it that way. Those things.
Really, all you need to do is take some water on your finger. You know, you can just dip your finger in some water and touch the plant, and it'll instantly absorb it.
So dip your finger in the water, then
Any means you want to use to get the plant wet while your eyes are glued to the microscope.
It's doing it.
While you're looking at it. He got it. He got it. Oh wow.
It did it.
All right, I hear a lot of woes out there. That's good. This one's easier than the peristome teeth. There's no breathing involved. Is it Orthotrichum? Yeah.
Is it?
Oh, and you can see it traveling down the leaves.
Those, some pair.
I don't know what to do with this behind.
You have this growing on the trees in your front yard.
Yeah, we've got it all right out here.
Everywhere. It's just, there's several different Orthotrichum species in there, so some of it's speciosum, some of it's Lyellii, some of it's even rock species. It's just one of those mixed bags, you know, you're out and grab some stuff real quick.
Right. And what is it about it that tells you that? I think I was doing okay with this.
You get the look down after a while. But Orthotrichum, they have the capsules will come up, a lot of them are immersed, or just emergent instead of exerted. And the calyptra, that piece of the gametophyte that's stuck on top, is all hairy. And there are other there's even hair cap mosses out there.
These are the same genus.
Lyellii, and yeah. And probably speciosum, I'm guessing.
So this one does have, so those are the capsules are good.
I don't know what that is.
That's that one. It's like it's kind of dark.
I think this one might have
Oh,
some
yeah, I
capsules.
think I
Yeah,
see
see
some
some. And then when you pull that calyptra off, that hairy calyptra,
Yeah.
the capsules are
Oh,
strongly.
you're done. Do you want to help me see if I can try to record it a little bit?
like strongly. I mean, you cut them in a cross section, it's like a pointed star.
Either one of us holding the camera to the lens.
Yeah, I don't want to hold the camera to the lens, so if you could do that part, that'd be good.
You see it open up, solar panels out, open for business.
Let's trade spots, I guess. Thank you.
Some bryophytes absorb water a lot faster than others. This is one of the faster ones. There's some of the more complex ones out there. And, no moss truly has any real cuticles to it, but some are thicker skinned than others.
To the point where it's focused.
So there's advantages and disadvantages. It takes you longer to get wet.
Yeah, she wants to record it.
Because I didn't get it
absorbs
completely
water
drenched.
instantly. Bam, any water there, it's instantly absorbed.
Okay.
The problem with that is if you can absorb it real fast, you can lose it real
So
fast.
I'm gonna be
So
holding
wet
it down.
fast
So.
can be dry fast as well.
Yeah.
So some mosses that take much longer to get wet will stay wet for much longer. And it depends on what kind of habitat you're in or what kind of climate you're in. Anyway.
Yeah, it's cool.
You have a state moss.
No.
Look, it's already.
No, they don't. There's a state lichen.
Some of them are already going back in.
There's a state lichen.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they go in and out really quick.
I didn't think they'd dry off that quick.
You should. We should have a state moss.
Oh, no.
I don't know.
Well, that was
They're all pretty
unfortunate.
cool.
But, yeah.
There is, I have some up here. It's dendrol. Around with that here for the most part. Some barely do. There are some that actually there's been no change detected, especially in aquatics. But most mosses in this climate on your trees will change some. All right, so everyone saw that? Everyone got their moss wet? All right. So leaves can be designed so that they do collect water and help retain water for the plant. Like that leafy liverwort, the Frolonia that I showed earlier that has these flasks underneath. Those things hold water. A lot of people like to argue about this, but you look at them under the microscope and they hold water. And then as the plant is drying out, that's the last part of the plant that seems to dry out, are these flasks. So you tell me. Other times, if you're walking around outside and it's been raining and you go through like some of the larger leaf manzanitas, we just talked about manzanitas, or you get into areas, salal is one of the worst, where it has these concave shaped leaves that trap water. The vascular plants don't need this. It doesn't matter to them if they're holding water in their leaves or not, but it matters to bryophytes. So a lot of bryophytes have these concave leaves that hold water. And if you're walking around through the woods after it's just rained and you run into a bunch of these plants that are still holding that kind of water, all of a sudden you realize just how much water a leaf can hold, proportionately speaking. It's a lot of water. So I showed a picture of this just a few frames back, but a moss with these leaf tips that come out that are white. So you see these types of mosses a lot with these white leaf tips in areas that get a lot of sun exposure. That white helps reflect light. Same with the papillae on a lot of moss leaf cells. If you look at a moss that has a lot of papillae like this, it actually kind of has a glaucous look to it. It has that kind of whitish, bluish bloom to it, like so many vascular plants have. It reflects light. And if you're wet and you're a bryophyte and can't regulate your water, you want to reflect a lot of that light so that you don't dry out as much. A lot of the plants that are in these warmer environments, warmer, dry environments, are also pretty pale in color. A lot of the stuff that's been passed around is dark green. So the lighter you are, the less heat you absorb. And the last bit of structure talk here, just some of the sexual structures, which are gametophytic until there's an actual fertilization and a zygote. But the female structures are gathered together in an archegonium, it's called. And the sperm actually has to swim its way down, up and around, and go through the mouth and neck of that thing to get to the egg. You can see an egg in each one of these.
Can you see the sperm with, at that magnification? Okay.
They are very, very tiny. They are really complex though, compared to sperm of other organisms. Really complex little things. Pretty interesting. And then the male structure that houses all the antheridia is called a perigone. So how are we doing? Does anyone need a break or anything? Because we're at, I don't know where we're at. I can't see the clock, but an hour and a half or more in.
It's 10 to 3.
Okay. You guys, we usually do a break around now, but it's whatever you.
No one wants one, then we won't take one.
This old lady does. But continue the class without me. Please.
Okay, we have a few yeses, so let's
take a break.
Yeah, 15-minute break, 10-minute break, whatever.
15-minute break. I wanted to just let people know, there are bathrooms just down this hall to the left. I should have told you in the beginning. And then there's bathrooms outside and around the corner too. There is a Starbucks.
A little bit about physiology. This is something, these two things I'm about to talk about often come first in bryophyte talks. Because these are two things that really define what bryophytes are and really differentiate them from vascular plants and tracheophytes. And that is poikilohydry, which is you basically don't regulate your own water. Your moisture matches that of your surrounding environment. So vascular plants have come up with all these adaptations to find water and to hold on to water. Deep tap roots to get it out, thick waxy cuticles and low surface area like a cactus to hold it all in there. All these adaptations to find and hold on to it and isolate yourself from that immediate environment in that sense. Whereas bryophytes just like, no, I'm just gonna go with the flow. So they get wet when their substrate is wet, they get wet when it's outside, they dry out once all that dries out. And to be able to dry out like that, you need to be desiccation tolerant. So there are very few vascular plants that are truly desiccation tolerant. We have some here in Northern California, a couple of ferns and Selaginella growing on rocks. That's another one. Often with these vascular plants, it takes them, they need a little advance notice, like, oh, I'm drying out, I need some time to like prep for this, and it usually takes them a lot longer to recover than it does for a bryophyte. Bryophytes get around this by having their mRNA stored. So instead of reacting to a stress in producing proteins through their mRNA in response, bryophytes are preppers. Anyone here a prepper? Yeah, got a couple. So they're constantly getting ready for Armageddon because Armageddon comes all the time. They're drying out all the time. And so they store that message in a bottle essentially, so that when they're rehydrated, they're already several steps ahead of the game, and they can instantly synthesize these proteins that are needed to repair cellular structures, and bryophytes will come back to a full metabolism and start photosynthesizing sometimes in just a few minutes. Very quick to respond. And they can survive very long periods of dormancy. I've pulled packets out of dusty herbaria drawers that probably hadn't been touched in many years, and then you put them under the microscope with some water and that light coming through the stage, and everything's just buzzing back to life. How sustainable that is, I don't know, but everything looks really impressive and everything's all moving around.
Scott, what's the longest you've seen that happen, like sitting or something just sitting there dry? And then
I've got in my collection stuff that's, I don't know, at least 2 to 3 decades old, and you look at it and it'll do this same thing where you're putting it in water and all the leaves just go boing, open for business.
Because we've had a few different of the resurrection ferns,
Mhm.
you know, the
Yeah.
Selgenoa.
Yeah.
And it will, open up, but then
But it won't do
it
anything.
never goes green.
Yeah.
And so I just always wonder, how old is this really, and like how long can they really?
I don't know as far as like Selaginella and other desiccation tolerant vascular plants, but with mosses, some have been dormant for many years and have been documented as coming back. And there's actually, I got a slide I think coming up here in this presentation about one particularly long dormancy. So bryophytes don't actively seek out water. They don't have the roots and stuff that vascular plants have to collect that water and bring it around to the rest of the organism. So they get their water wherever it comes from. And that's often precipitation, or in the desert, dew is really common. Like at night, things just get more humid. And dew will build up, especially on, I was talking about how a lot of bryophytes in these dry environments have these long hair points, these white hair points that stick up. If you look at those under a microscope, they're often really rough and have a ton of surface area. These things are just collectors for moisture. So they can reflect light for the whole patch of moss as a whole, but they can also draw moisture and collect it. See little beads of moisture on that. Other bryophytes are aquatic. There are some that are completely obligate aquatics. They never dry out, and if they do dry out, it's very destructive for them. They don't revive as well. They don't have the same degree of desiccation tolerance that a lot of dryland bryophytes have. If you go down a hiking trail, whatever, that's been maintained, and you get the cut ends of logs, you'll see a lot of bryophytes growing on those cut ends, because that dead wood is still able to wick that water out from the soil and support bryophytes. Often those cut ends are moist to the touch when nothing else around is. So yeah, bryophytes basically, I won't get too into it, but it's like fancy wicking, capillary action. A lot of different bryophyte parts have very narrow channels or little tight spaces that are conducive to capillary action. Like a lot of moss costa, that midrib, has a little channel in it, so that if you have that hyaline hair tip sticking up in the desert and it's collecting that morning dew, it comes down and gets irrigated through this channel down to the rest of the plant. There are some structures internal that help with water transport, but again, it's not specialized tissue that has active transport. It's not the same as a vascular plant. Fancy wicking. Papillae, those little bumps, those little salients on the surface also. A lot of little tiny tight spaces and stuff that's conducive to capillary action. And so now, as with the leaves all curling up, you guys saw, you know, the plant go into the water and boing, open for business, coming to life. And as it dries out, it'll get all curled up in on itself again. The whole plant will often do that. So you just need to take one shoot. That's really all you need. One plant.
What is the name of this plant?
Dendrolzia. So this is really common around here. It likes to grow on hardwood trunks, especially oak. And so this is one where you want to try and get the whole plant wet. If you don't have a lot of water left in those little cups, like you just didn't grab a lot or it's been evaporating, then add some more. The more the merrier.
What did you say the name of this one is?
Dendrolzia. Dendro as in tree, A-L-S-I-A. That's the genus name, one word. And Abietina, A-B-I-E-T-I-N-A. I'm horrible at rambling, spelling names off in my head. If I write it down, I can do it almost every time with no problem, but there's just something about my brain that just doesn't click on that level. So hopefully I got that right. So if you're looking at that plant in its current dry state, it's all curled up. This is a whole different genus, by the way, but it does the same thing. The whole shoot, the whole plant just curls up on itself. And that helps prevent water loss. You're reducing your surface area. And you're able to do other metabolic functions like reproduce or grow. And I've seen plants that I've collected wet out in the field, and I'll put them in the fridge or something so they don't rot. And in the complete darkness of my crisper, you can go back to them like a week later, and they will have visually grown in the dark because they're wet. Because they can still do stuff while they're wet, even if they're not photosynthesizing. So they want to hold on to that moisture for as long as they can, even if they're not photosynthesizing with it. So take that plant, drop it in the water as you're looking through the scope, or something on this size scale you probably don't even need the scope for. And drop it in the water and see what happens. These are a bit older, so it's probably not as abrupt as fresh material is that I would say just collected yesterday.
Does anybody want to pipette? Oh, also, water.
So did y'all see that?
Anybody need water pipettes?
The whole plant uncurls and all the branches of that feather come out.
Here you go.
Open for business. Very often in bryophytes, the whole plant is hygroscopic.
Yeah.
See on the upper surface, there's
Like a water bear.
base looking things. Those are the
Very few animals are desiccation tolerant. Tardigrades and a few insects.
There was like a guy in the parking lot.
So did everyone see that night and day difference? From wet to dry, dry to wet? Okay. Flip the lights.
Oh, yeah, see the light? That's usually.
Kindergarten class. So bryophytes are able to stay dormant for long periods of time. Different species for different durations. There's been some work done on this for how long different things can survive and to what degree and how long it takes for them to fully revive. But think about this. You're some moss growing on some rock out in the sun. And this is especially true with really dark mafic rocks, like black limestone or basalt, things like that. Dark rocks out in the sun that get a lot of heat from direct sun exposure all day long during the summer. So hot you can't touch it with your hand or you get burned. And these things, they're perfectly happy. They just go dormant and turn off. No moisture, so you can't cook it. What do you need the kitchen to cook with? Water, oil, liquid. So they just stay all happy on a rock that is, as the old saying goes, hot enough to cook an egg on. That's what that is.
How would they protect like their DNA and everything in heat like that?
That is a long, complicated, and so we still don't even know the full extent of it. A lot of it is having, like I was talking about, preserving that mRNA code before you actually get into trouble, so that the minute that you have moisture, you can start fixing things. You can start doing cellular repair and get on to metabolizing again.
Okay,
but we still, like how they protect enzymes, like all this stuff. There's a lot of unknowns. And there has been quite a bit of work done in recent years on this, so there's probably more answers out there that I'm just not knowledgeable about at this time. I should like catch up on that and do my research before I come in here and get asked that kind of question.
If you go onto Google Scholar and you look up desert centrifugia, there's been a lot of research since those are desert mosses, they deal with that a lot.
Yeah, Brent. Brent and company, yeah.
The students.
So this woman did a study involving receding glaciers. They found these bryophytes that had been underneath ice for at least 400 years. And when they revived them, they started growing and reproducing. So that's 400 years plus. So they can survive very long periods of dormancy. So not being vascular plants and not having roots that penetrate the substrate and being able to actively collect and pull stuff out of your substrate as far as nutrients go, bryophytes just find it where they can. Sometimes it's just a wet substrate, like a rotting log or whatever. It's decomposing, it's releasing nutrients as it does that. If it's growing on the side of a tree, of a living tree, just growing on bark, stem flow will come down and leach nutrients, and bryophytes just pick that kind of stuff up. A lot of bryophytes that grow on very nutrient poor substrates that don't have the advantage of being able to just have these leach nutrients come to them, get their nutrition, get their food just from dust in the atmosphere or from what little trace amounts are found in rainfall. The bryophytes are really good at collecting things in small quantities when they're available in trace amounts. As such, most of them don't have any kind of regulation, any kind of off switch. Normally in nature, you don't have to worry about that if you're a bryophyte. When you come into today's man-made environment, and you do have to worry about things that you wouldn't encounter in nature. So this was my house when I moved into it years ago. Someone had put one of those zinc strips up on the ridge of the roof to kill off mosses. And part of that had blown off in some storm years ago or whatever. And so this side of the roof still had that zinc strip. This side of the roof didn't. And all the bryophytes are nice and happy on my roof there. They're all dead over here because the zinc kills them. They absorb it. They don't have an off switch. They can't regulate it like vascular plants do. And they die. It's that same ability to just scavenge what little is out there that allows them to grow on completely unnatural substrates that have no nutrition in themselves at all. As with vascular plants, nitrogen, fixed nitrogen is a limiting factor. And a lot of bryophytes have gotten around that by being associated with cyanobacteria. A lot of them actually have nests of cyanobacteria in the thallus, say, of a liverwort. And I think there's actually been some work done on that has found, don't hold me to this, but it's an actual symbiosis. Not just incidental, like there's some little groups of cyanobacteria growing here. It's almost kind of like a lichen. Something interesting about a lot of the asexually reproducing bryophytes that have cyanobacteria is these cyanobacteria will get incorporated into the gemma, into the asexual structures, and can be dispersed with that. So this plant, this asexual propagule can go off somewhere, start growing a new plant, and it already has that cyanobacteria with them. It's kind of like how lichens often do it with asexual reproduction. With Serratia and Acidia, it's a bunch of fungal hyphae wrapping around algal cells. So you have everything in one nice, neat package that can go off and grow this plant. And there are a few liverworts that are mycoheterotrophs. Very few. And we don't have them around here. But as with vascular plants, they don't need chlorophyll, so they don't have it. They get their nutrients from what they're parasitizing. I'm not going to get too much into this, but bryophytes are able to start photosynthesizing very fast and can take advantage of very limited light situations. And one thing, I did put it in here, but sunflex, you're in a forested setting, and you just have this little spot of light moving through the trees. This one little ray of light might come, might go, whatever. Bryophytes are able to take advantage of that very quickly and produce food from a small amount of light in a short period of time. And they can do it in a very wide temperature range, which allows them to grow in some pretty harsh environments. And as far as those harsh environments go, there are no true saltwater bryophytes that we know about anyway. Who knows? Maybe that'll change someday. It's a big world, and not everyone's out there looking for saltwater mosses. But they will grow right down to the high tide line, where there are some species that we have right out here on the coast that they won't be found more than like a couple 100 feet in from the beach. Like they actually seem to like that salt spray. And during king tide, stuff like that, a lot of that stuff has to get inundated, so it survives that. Salt tolerance, if nothing else. And as you climb some of the higher peaks around here, vascular plants will taper off. You get to a point where you just stop seeing vascular plants. This is Mount McLaughlin, just north of us, and you get to this one point where the last vascular plant you see is a Sarum wagneri. And then all of a sudden there's no more of that. And it's all bryophytes and lichens going right up to the tippy top. They grow in extreme hot desert situations. And there was an experiment done many years ago on what could be grown on moon soil from samples brought back. And bryophytes could grow on it. And the reason being, they'll grow on anything. They're not getting nutrients out of it. They're just growing on it to grow on it. There was, what was her name? Karen something. Maybe I got her in the front. Yeah, Karen Fisher. Never met her, but she did some work. She's one of the Centrichia people. She was doing some work out in the Mojave in Southern California, and found that this species of Centrichia, Cannabis, I believe it was growing underneath these large quartz crystals, just out in the sun. And they acted as like a buffer. So not all the light was coming through the quartz crystals, and they weren't found as much under the quartz crystals that were really opaque and not letting enough light through, or underneath ones that were like letting too much light through, like too transparent or whatever. And being underneath that rock helps retain moisture that's coming up from the soil. So, oh, that was awesome. I just had to say that. So that was pretty cool. So they grow on pretty much any natural substrate. simply because they don't need to extract nutrients from it. Some do, as far as that leaching goes, like bryophytes on tree bark, or the dung mosses growing on nitrogen-rich substrates. They grow in very wet conditions, very dry conditions, and a lot of those growing on natural substrates are very specific as to their natural substrate. A lot of that has to do with chemistry, a lot of it has to do with pH. Some bryophytes will only grow on calcareous substrates like limestone or marble. Some will only grow on hardwood trees because they're not as acidic as conifers, and some will only grow on conifers. And sometimes you'll find species that seem to only grow on one particular species of a given vascular plant. And of course, artificial substrates. They will grow on anything, and it is because they don't require nutrients from that substrate. And so that was up on the Olympic Peninsula. You gotta be pretty wet to look like that. You're a vehicle. There was a couple slides back, there was a Volkswagen Bug that was completely covered in bryophytes. That was Tasmania, Australia. Someone had just pulled it out of the bushes next to my uncle's house, and I was like, oh my God. That is the coolest thing I've ever seen. A lot of these substrates are fairly toxic that they'll grow on. It's pretty amazing that they don't die, given that they don't have a way of regulating a lot of these toxins. That is the phone booth at the Hoh Rainforest up on the Olympic Peninsula, and a lot of what you're seeing coming off there is actually Selaginella crependula. But that payphone is still there to this day, and I think it still works. So the earliest fossil that we know about, or at least last time I checked, was about 450 million years old. And bryophytes, people like to argue about this. Probably first appeared about 475 million years ago, maybe a little bit further back. And this is before vascular plants. They evolved later. And they all evolved from algae. So bryophytes, as they are not a natural group themselves. They are paraphyletic. They're not monophyletic as a group. So if you were to, there's a lot of argument about this. A lot of different ideas. For the longest time, they were thought to be monophyletic, and that was, I think, based on a genetic study of chloroplasts. But you look at a phylogeny of what some people will accept today and others don't. Vascular plants up here. Algae over here, basically a lot of the aquatics. The aquatic plants over here. Today's land plants being over here. There's some kind of stuff here in the middle, like charophytes and such, but we won't talk about those. And then you have coming off separately, and people will argue about the order of this as well. Liverworts, mosses, hornworts. Some people don't like to put hornworts there. And if I recall correctly with liverworts, they're set further back because one of the deciding factors was stomates. Liverworts don't have stomates. And because there is so much uncertainty with this, I'm not going to get any further into it. It's really all you need to know is that it might look something like that, but a lot of people disagree. Originally, a little factoid, bryophytes were thought to be aborted plant fetuses. They are the structures that regulate moisture.
So you remember those holes on the top of the liverwort that we saw? In other plants, there will be a couple of kidney-shaped cells that when the plant wants to stop, losing water, they'll actually sort of swell shut.
It close up.
Are we talking about stomata or they're like different? Okay.
Yeah, stomates, stomata are
I think that's
semi-synonymous.
Yeah.
Semi.
The same thing. Thank you.
When bryophytes first evolved, they were the dominant land plant. And I should say, I don't know if I did say this, but this part of this phylogeny, these 4 groups, are today's land plants, not yesterday's. Doesn't include like everything that ever existed. But one of the cool things here is that to be a bryophyte is basically what it means to be 3/4 of the land plants today. There was a study done with the way bryophytes today that we have break down rock and release nutrients, such as potassium. That was a big one. And it is believed by some, again, this is another topic that has a lot of people with different theories that will fight over this. But the very first major extinction event, depends again who you talk to, but basically most people agree we've had 5 major extinction events, such as the one that killed off the dinosaurs. That's one that most people think of. But there were others where there's an estimated much higher percentage of species that were killed off. This was the first one, the Orvisian. At the end of that period, it was 80 or 85, I guess, I put it in there. 85% of known species that we know about, anyway, went extinct. And a great many of those were in the oceans at the time. And it was believed that due to these new land plants taking up a bunch of the carbon dioxide, releasing a bunch of oxygen, all of a sudden that greenhouse gas got a little less plentiful. And the whole planet entered this massive ice age, except around the tropics. So a lot of people like to say. And then, because of all these nutrients that were being released, they would find their way into the oceans and create these algal blooms that turned everything underneath anaerobic. And so everything started dying off. So that's where most of that 85% loss of life, loss of species, supposedly came from, were that combo bam bam that a lot of people are trying to attribute to bryophytes, early bryophytes. Again, take it with a grain of salt. You know, there's a lot of people out there that say a lot of different things. You had your hand up?
Yeah, you said that they were 3/4 of land plants today.
As far as different groups go, 3 of the 4. A lot of people like to say it's the bristlecone pine down in Southern California. That's the oldest known organism, and it depends on how you define organism. So there's also a quaking aspen grove in Colorado that's estimated to be, because it's clonal, it's the same thing that it was, technically speaking, as it was 80,000 years ago, but it's an 80,000-year-old organism. Is that the oldest thing? But there are bryophytes that are basically the same that are known to be, as far as their clonal existence right now goes, thousands of years old. So it all depends on how you define it, as far as an organism goes. There is a lichen that is down in Antarctica, Rhizocarpon geographicum, that had to be radiocarbon dated, but I think it was about 4,500 years old, something like that. And that is one organism. It was really close to whatever the age of that bristlecone pine is. But that is one organism. It's not a clonal thing. That is a lichen thallus. And it just stays trapped under ice most of the time, never grows. It just stays in stasis and dormant for most of its existence. As far as bryophytes today, like the oldest species that we have is in the genus Dichotomia. It's something that we have up to the north. It doesn't grow anywhere close to California or the lower 48 states for that matter. But it is believed to be over 400 million years old as a species, so a living fossil. And today, bryophytes make up a large percentage of our land that covers the planet. So it depends, again, people will argue about this, but 3 to 4% of the land surface is peatland. And you gotta get further north to really experience that. You go up northern areas in Canada or Alaska, it's like it's peat for miles. Pretty impressive.
Is that sphagnum moss?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yep. And so today they are found all across the planet. They're on all continents. Antarctica actually has more bryophyte cover than it does vascular plants. And we have species, there's one right here in the parking lot I saw on my walk in that grows on all continents. I think I grabbed some of it sitting over here. Ceratodon purpureus. Well, I did have some of it.
That'd be this one?
Got lost. It was just sitting alone over here somewhere because I just grabbed it on the walk in. One of the little pincushion ones. Oh, this is probably it right here. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I brought that from home.
Okay, that's probably what it is. So if you look at it with a hand lens, at the base of the capsule, it's got this swelling, like a goiter.
Uh-huh. Should I pass them out?
Yeah, sure. So this grows, it's a common urban moss here in this part of the world. Grows in the sidewalk cracks, grows on the roof of your house, grows in plenty of natural settings as well.
Thank you. What is the name again?
Ceratodon purpureus. I didn't look that closely at what he's passing up, but that really looks like it. There's a lot of plasticity in bryophytes, and a lot of bryophytes will look very different from one patch just to the next one. So again, it depends who you talk to, and I don't know who comes up with these numbers. I've never personally tried. I guess, well, go with the flow there. But between 20,000 and 25,000 known bryophytes across the planet. And a lot of that probably, the differing numbers, probably has to do with the definition of what a bryophyte, like a separate taxon, really is. Is that number of species, or is that also including all subspecies and varieties and stuff like that? 20 to 25, somewhere in there. And on the Pacific coast, we've got over 1,000 known species, and here in California, we have about, probably at this point, about 950, if you include subspecies and varieties to be separate taxons. So that's pretty big. California is a big state. Covers a lot of area, covers a lot of latitude. Nice long state, north and south. And you look at, this is Shasta Chapter CNPS right here. It's huge compared to a lot of these other chapters, and it covers multiple bioregions. There's quite a bit of diversity here, not just with vascular plants, which is pretty more well understood than non-vascular plants, but with non-vascular plants as well. And so, you look at the vascular composition of this state, look at vascular communities between here and other neighboring states, and you have so many more vegetation type communities, so many more plant associations. And California, of course, it has a nice coast and it has nice mountain ranges, so you have this huge gradient elevation. And as with vascular plants, different things will grow in those different plant communities, different things will grow at these different elevations. And same with geology. It's serpentine, you got calcareous substrates, plenty of igneous, and all that stuff supports different vascular plant species, and it supports different non-vascular plant species. Different precipitation ranges and temperature regimes. It's really diverse in a lot of that variation that leads to a lot of diversity in life. Plants, vascular and non-vascular. And the different growth forms of different bryophytes are often controlled by that geography. So if you go out into drier, more exposed settings, you'll find these two growth forms the most? Mosses growing out in thin mats or growing in raised cushions? Mats have more surface area to absorb water with, but they're thinner, so they dry out faster. The cushions, they don't have as much surface area. You know, there's a lot of bulk in there, so they don't absorb as much water as fast, but they retain it longer. It's like a sponge inside. You get into more of the temperate settings, like in the northwest part of the state, especially in the redwoods. Get into that northwest redwood area, and you have a lot of bryophytes that drape off branches or come down into big fans. And when you're in the forest like that, and you're more spread out like that, you absorb more light. And if you're in that northwest part of the state, moisture is not necessarily as big of a concern. You have a little more precipitation there. You're in the shade of the forest, you're not going to dry out as fast. So a lot of this geography controls what growth forms mosses will take, and different species have different growth forms. So you have vastly different flora compositions between different parts of the state. So we were, some of us were talking about this earlier. I think there's only one endemic bryophyte to California, and it might not even be endemic anymore. Maybe it's been found in other states, I can't even remember. This area, just the northern part of the state in general, has been relatively underexplored compared to a lot of other parts of California. So there's a lot of potential to find a lot more new discoveries here, interesting stuff. So bryophytes in ecosystems, especially in more productive areas, wetter, more temperate areas, you will get bryophytes that grow so prolifically that up in the tree branches, for example, this is the whole rainforest up on the Olympic Peninsula, so not really too representative of what we have here. But there's so much bryophyte cover, along with a lot of that is Selaginella. It grows up there, dies up there, and just decomposes in the soil, up in canopies. And you get all kinds of things that grow in that. And some of the little microscopic stuff, there's been studies done on this, hasn't been found anywhere else. It just grows up in these canopy soil communities. This is the canopy crane up in southern Washington, near Stabler, where people go up and they're actually, you go out on this crane and get dropped into a tree canopy to study what's up there.
That's so cool.
Yeah, isn't that cool? I've never been up there, but I've seen it from the ground and it sure looks impressive. So bog and fen communities. Sphagnum again, getting back to peat. They produce a more acidic environment, and there are vascular plants and other non-vascular plants. There are species of mosses and liverwort, along with these vascular plants, that will only grow in these sphagnum communities. They're only associated with these sphagnum wetlands. This is a little cut mushroom that was found in Sharon Fen, just north of the state line near Grizzly Peak, just east of Ashland. And previously, it was only known from one site up by Mount Hood and several in Canada. And all of a sudden, just popped up in sphagnum, just in southern Oregon, right up the road. Each one of those clumps of moss that were being passed around, there was some, I think it was the Bryum, where we were doing the breath thing with the peristome teeth, breathing on it, and people are like, there's all kinds of life crawling out of this thing. These support their own communities. And a lot of these organisms that are growing in these moss communities, they come and go with the flow as well. So when the moss dries out and desiccates, when it goes dormant, a lot of these critters do too. Microscopic organisms will cyst up and just wait for the water. Water bears, tardigrades. Supposedly they're all over in the moss world, but I rarely see them through the microscope when you're looking at mosses. I don't know. Oh, yeah.
So cool.
Don't know why, but they're super cool when you do see them. Yeah, they're awesome. They will inherit the planet because they can survive anything. Cockroaches chickens and rats got nothing on these guys. Yeah. They shot some of these up into outer space and they survived. And this is a species of mushroom that only grows on dead and dying complex thalloid liverworts. Now that's a specialty. They're one of the first things that come in to soil after it's been disturbed. They can help stabilize the soil so it doesn't blow away, so that other things can grow, and help retain moisture.
Scott, I'm sorry, what were you saying about the mushroom on the last slide? What did you say about that one?
This is a species of mushroom that only grows on dead and dying complex thalloid liverworts. At least that's the only place it's ever been found growing. It's mostly a northern thing. Never seen it in California. The closest known site that I've seen actually was northern Washington.
Are they like rare to find?
This one is, yeah. It's actually on the Oregon state list. It's being sensitive.
Is there any chance of finding a cave moss? This Northern California?
There is. In fact, I think there's known sites here in California. I'm not sure like where they're at. There is a site just north of the state line that I've been to many times at the south shore of Diamond Lake.
And just a range
Near
map
Crater
I
Lake?
saw was just right at the border.
What's that?
Well, that's what my range map I was looking at was just at the border.
Yeah, I don't,
We have
yeah.
caves around here.
Yeah. You see it here and there. It's got a really wide distribution across the world, but it's these widely scattered known populations. There's another rumored site based off of a fairly good, knowledgeable source in a cave somewhere not too far from Diamond Lake to the west. But I've never seen it. And as far as any California sites go, maybe there are some known, maybe not. I'm questioning that now. I thought there were, but maybe not.
Field trip.
Yeah. Well, so I'm doing this through the Native Plant Society, and this is the second time I've done this presentation. It's kind of the same thing, got similar PowerPoint and bringing the specimens and looking at them through the scopes and stuff. Maybe the next thing should be some kind of crazy mission, go find something really rare. And look, or some kind of bioblitz or something, see what's out there. More field-centric. So take both these numbers with a grain of salt. These came from different sources. I don't know their methodology. I just thought it was impressive to see these two side by side. But currently, non-vascular plants, almost all of this being peat moss, being sphagnum, 455 gigatons globally of CO2 sequestration. With other terrestrial organisms, this is supposed to include animals as well as vascular plants, hold 500 gigatons. I assume there's more of a difference there. I would have expected bryophytes to be less, but for those of you that have actually gone really far north and seen the extent of tundra, it's impressive, and it's deep. They can also be a food source, and I don't know why I keep leaving this slide in here with reindeer, because they're not big bryophyte consumers. They're mostly going for the lichens, and probably most of the bryophytes they're getting are incidentals because everything grows all mixed up together. Birds are actually one of the larger consumers of bryophytes, and a lot of little things, a lot of insects and slugs and snails love bryophytes, especially the sporophytes, especially the capsules. And they are very commonly used as nesting material. It's kind of hard to see up there. That's a beak. It's an Anna's hummingbird. It's hiding down in there. And the nest is covered, it's all mosses with lichens that have started to grow out from it. This is a lacewing larva, and for size perspective, that's the back of my hand. These are hairs on the back of my hand.
And you got some long hairs.
It's just really small. This is a moss mantis. So it's not actually placing camo on itself like this lacewing larva. These are actually placed there by the larva for camo. And that little green thing there, the best I could tell is it's some species of Lophosia, a genus of liverwort. And then there's some lichens up there too. It's pretty cool. But this moss mantis and other insects actually have these outgrowths meant to look like moss leaves. It's excellent camo as long as you're in moss. So people have been using, and this is mostly stagnant. This is mostly peat moss, but padding, insulation, bedding, anything that's soft. If you go buy some peat moss or whatever, it's soft. It's and it holds, as we were talking about, holds a lot of carbon. So it can produce a lot of heat. People used to heat their homes with sphagnum, with peat. It absorbs a lot of water and it holds it. This again, I'm referring to peat. And people used to take wet peat, get it really wet, and use that as a water container to transport water around. You can just bring it out, and there you have water. Yeah, drink a little tardigrade. Tardigrade goodness. During World War I, peat was very commonly used with bandaging for the wounded. It's more absorbent than the other materials that were being used at the time. And it has antimicrobial properties, so it's kind of a win-win. Has been commonly used in Western medicine for a long time. Western medicine is only now starting to really pay attention to bryophytes. We're starting to scratch the surface. And as far as Western medicine goes, back in the day, for those of you that have heard of the doctrine of signatures, a lot of the vascular plants today have the word wart in them. That often comes from the days of the doctrine of signatures. So a plant that would look like a certain part of your body or a certain disease or something like that. Like if you had jaundice, this yellow thing is going to help you. Or if you had liver problems, a liver wart would help you. And funny enough, today I was talking about barely scratching the surface in Western medicine, and treating hepatic disorders is actually one of the things they're looking at for some bryophytes. And those bryophytes, if I recall correctly, are liverworts. So maybe those guys were onto something hundreds of years ago. I don't know. They're excellent bioindicators because of the way they absorb all these toxins from the environment. They can't regulate it, they just accumulate it until they die or whatever. So you can go out, and this is commonly implemented today alongside with lichens especially, but going out, collecting these organisms and testing them for what kind of pollutants that they accumulate. Different species will accumulate different pollutants at different rates. It's very, very enlightening. There was one study done by, she's a lichenologist, and I can't remember her name right now. I can see her face as plain as day. She always likes to dye her hair like cool reds and purples. And what is her name? Sarah Javon. She did this study on heavy metals in Portland. And she was using lichens and bryophytes to do that, and they ended up finding this incredibly high concentration at these locations in Portland of, what was it, cobalt or nickel, or I don't know, some metal. And as it turns out, the one correlation that they could find with all these locations is that they were next to glass shops. So the pollutants were coming from glass blowing, which in Portland is an industry. And so all of a sudden, the state passed this regulation where you couldn't, or the city did, or the county, Multnomah County, can't remember what level that was on, but you couldn't use whatever this metal was in your glass blowing anymore. And it's necessary to make blue or something out of it. So if you get glass from Portland, it won't have this metal and that color in it. I was talking about asexual reproduction and fragmentation, how you can just put a bunch of mosses in a blender and those little bits and pieces can grow into new plants. People have been using that as art. You can just paint that stuff onto a wall and it'll start growing. If you do it right. I'm not a huge GMO fan, really, but if you're in some part of the world and you're in a drought and your crops are failing, wouldn't it be awesome if your crops could be desiccation tolerant? What if we could actually bioengineer something to where your crop just survives, that dormancy comes right back to life when the rains come again? Because they're really good at absorbing all these toxins, you can put them in some of these settings that have like heavy metal contamination, etc., and they will absorb toxins from their environment. And then you just take them and, well, dispose of them properly or whatever. And because they're excellent soil disturbance pioneers, they're starting to be used in hydroseeding. So you go along, say I-5, and you see somewhere where they've been doing some work on the soil bank, and it's spray painted that green. They've been, I think it's Washington State. I don't think California's been doing it yet. I think it was Washington State started putting a Bryophyte slurry into that mix to help stabilize the soil so that the seeds can actually take root, literally. Oh, someone was talking about moss lawns before all this started. Who was that? So I'm a big fan of that. I think that's an excellent idea. You live in drier parts of the country like this, and it's like, what a waste of water. Watering that lawn, and you got to maintain it, you got to mow it. And, people spend all this time and energy and resources putting in and maintaining these lawns and keeping them all green and everything. And why not just make a moss lawn? It's pretty easy to do, and there's absolutely no maintenance required. Once it's there, it just stays green even when it's dry. You don't have to water the thing for years. You don't have to water it at all. It doesn't need water. And you walk on moss in bare feet, it's all soft and nice. You walk on someone's lawn in bare feet, it's like walking on needles. All the sharp stems that are all cut and everything, it's horrible. So yes, moss lawns, big fan. So getting back to sphagnum and carbon sequestration, again, I'm not a huge fan of GMOs, but there is a study being done. There's actually work being done on this right now, and I don't know if anything's really been finalized, but they were trying to genetically modify sphagnum to produce more phenolic compounds that keep it from decomposing, therefore sequestering that carbon more indefinitely, instead of breaking down and decomposing and releasing carbon. And no, they do not hurt trees. This is a very common misconception. People see a dead tree and all of a sudden it's just covered in bryophytes and lichens. Well, they must be the ones responsible. It's the wrong order of sequences there. The tree died, and then all this stuff comes in because all of a sudden there's more light, and as that dead thing starts breaking down and decomposing, it's releasing more nutrients that can just be picked up by the bryophytes. So they get real happy. One of my favorites, Scotch whiskey. Actually, I don't drink that much liquor. More of a beer fan, but Scotch whiskey is filtered through smoked peat. So it gives it that smoky heat. And so this was a kind of meeting foray type thing that we had for bryologists. Now it's called So Be Free. You might have heard of it. It's organized through Berkeley. And this was at the Siskiyou Field Institute in Selma, up in Oregon. And he came from Edinburgh and he brought these bottles of whiskey with him. And it was good. And so anyone can study bryophytes. This is my son, Owen. And from a very early age, he said that, "Daddy, I want to take your job when I grow up," which I thought was awesome. And he meant it like the sweetest possible way. And I'm thinking at the time, yeah, he can have it. He can go out and do all the work, and I'll sit at home on the couch and play video games and eat ice cream all day long. That's great. This was his third grade science fair project. It was lichens and bryophytes in the Ashley watershed.
That's adorable.
I'm quite proud of that one. You'll see him in a lot of my presentations, bryophyte or otherwise.
So how does he,
That's that.
Does he still feel the same?
Yes and no. He's exploring his options now that he's a sophomore in high school. He's really gotten into all things medical. So we'll see where that goes. But he got on the ski patrol at Mount Ashland, and that's what got him into the whole medical thing. And at first he was super into the skiing. He's this short, light guy, and he tucks down, and there's no center of gravity anymore. So he'll do like 50 whatever miles an hour down this slope. And at first it's like, oh my God, that's my son. That's so cool. Then all of a sudden the parent kicks in. It's like, oh my God, that's my son. and he got more into it, and is now the youngest person on Mount Ashland Ski Patrol.
Maybe we'll get into
Into the medicine thing. So who knows if he'll stick with it or
maybe he'll research bryophyte medicinal plants.
Yes. He's kind of a nature geek all the way around. So maybe it won't be bryophyte. It's some general ecology thing. Anyway, that's me.
Stick for Owen.
Real.
We still have till 4:50, which is not too much longer, a little longer. But so so don't run off, is what I'm saying to you. And
Don't early release.
I do have, yeah, I gotta get this in. We'll get this attendance sheet going around. I don't know if I want to go around when we're cleaning up, but after we clean up, I'll be back going around this. So let's go ahead and clean up. And maybe the best way, Scott, what do you want us to do with all their extra?
Most of this stuff just comes from, I go out in the woods, and a lot of this is many years old. It's just, I will go out into the woods up above my house and grab like enormous amounts of this stuff, and then throw a few handfuls in a paper bag and take it. People want to keep it, hey, go for it, or do whatever you want with it. It doesn't need to be all returned and put in the right bag. My point.
All right, so why don't we, everybody, there's a tray right here. I'm going to have a tray up here. If you want to take home any of the moth samples, Scott says that's fine. And then anything additional, instead of just throwing it in the trash, let's collect it up here on this tray. And then if anybody does want to take it at the end of the day, you can. So we'll just like collect it there, and then it can go back out in nature instead of in the trash can. And then please just like rinse out your little dishes, and then set them back, their little water glasses, and then set them back where you found it. And then just put everything back where you found it. You can grab the cord, the light around, like put everything kind of the way you found it. And that's awesome. Thank you, it's been a wonderful.
So one last thing here. This is a sales pitch. But I'm doing this for the California Native Plant Society. I'm doing this for the California Native Plant Society. This is all organized by them. I am a member. You should be a member too. And if you choose to be a member, there's a small discount. And you're able to choose 2 chapters. So you can be Shasta chapter, and then you can be Bryophyte chapter, which is the first chapter of the society, pretty much I think anywhere across all states, to be organism-based instead of regional-based. So the Bryophyte chapter covers the entire state. So check both boxes. That's it. Sales pitch over. You have to go online and just, click on the membership thing.
What did you we say we're gonna be doing for like the time we're doing this?
I think we're doing another like half hour of lecture.
Okay.
I wasn't talking to
I think you're in a hurry. Yeah. You're easy.
Why is there dirt?
I don't have any.
Yeah, so 150 cards, 17.
The horror.
There's still more cards.
The horrors.
There's still so much more cards.
Bro's got the bank.
And I'm gonna be just getting more this Sunday.
No.
Tim doesn't stop. When the problem doesn't stop, you have an addiction. Yeah, I guess you have, but
it's still
like,
a
I'm not
problem.
gonna lie,
Think
like,
about how much
my
money
mind
you
just
could
goes.
have.
There's a million things that like I'll always forget.
Huh? We're already putting off the exam. See, she was willing to have the exam on the 5th. We should just shut up. We shouldn't have said anything.
she's gonna go back.
No, if she didn't ever think about it, she wouldn't have ever changed it. MG, be real, like 4 minutes ago.
I'll just leave it up, but I hit my time limit, so I didn't even put the, there's this other stuff out here, and we're also talking about bringing in compound scopes to do some quick, just pull me slide now. Compound scopes, they have really material. A lot of stuff just didn't do it. Long story short.
Mine is.
Yeah, it didn't happen.
Sorry, not 2
Judy. Step 1, get a paintbrush, dip it in paint, and paint the wall. Step 2, get a camera and record it for 10 hours drying. Step 3, submit it for approval to get a rating on it for a movie, since they have to watch all 10 hours of the paint drying.
It's really silly. It's like recording like those videos of like 10 hours of silence on YouTube for like sexual content and using people with it.
extrovert and
But like for the ratings board, they will actually have to watch it.
It's really funny. And a cowboy needs a I don't want to do more lecture. Like I get that like this is yeah, but we've already done 6 of those. We've been in here for 9 of those.
she's gonna be watching.
Wait, no, I don't know. How many half hours have we done?
You came in about an hour.
No, because that's like that freaks me out. I watched this like, or this, what is it? A prerequisite of a dream.
This is a lot of
Some movie about like addiction. And like in the
I
movie,
started
like
doing
the
the
guy literally had to like amputate his arm because he got like infected.
in
And it was like bizarre.
Our teacher,
she worked in an emergency room. She said, "Oh, we would like die every day."
Insane.
it's not even about the content, because the content yeah, it was it's too much at the wrong time of day. Like afternoon, like 2 o'clock, it's nap time. Clinging on to like my time. What?
like spoiling everybody. They like it. It's funny, dude.
That's gross to me. Like that, I don't know. Like that's just crazy.
Not that cool.
So funny, dude. It's so funny.
So I'll look at my little plans.
Alright, that was great. I'm gonna steal my food. I'm hungry. But not for any of that. Not for any of that. I'm gonna get home, I'm gonna grab a slab of chicken. And like, hopefully there's like 2 slices of pizza left. I'm gonna grab a slab of chicken. I'm gonna grab 2 slices of pizza. I'm gonna salt everything. I had salted pizza. It was actually really good.
What was on that pizza?
It's a vegetarian pizza. I don't remember. It was actually pretty good.
It's salt.
I don't think I've ever had like salted pizza before. But I might be adding salt to like every pizza from now.
When I made the cheese quesadilla and then also made had a cheese pizza slice and had the peanut butter quesadilla, just I salted everything, including the cheese. I added extra cheese to the cheese pizza, and that was
Did you extra
so
salt
good.
the extra cheese?
I did.
Hey, like as long as everything's there in a ratio.
It was so
It'll
yummy.
taste fine.
It was.
She was also old. She was like 30.
He was a musician.
This dude right here, musician.
Yeah.
There was this one side of like some cells, and it looked like, because there's a bubble right here, and then the cells were like a big.
Oh yeah. I saw that. It was like a fish.
Yeah.
There was the one picture of the, and it was just a penis.
Yeah.
I saw that.
I saw that too.
I was entranced, bewildered.
Bro,
I
me on
couldn't
my
take
way to
my eyes
fail
off.
the exam, but knowing that a Brian looks like a penis.
Yep.
Like I've never done it after.
Moisture from breathing. Can't stand.
Can I do your makeup?
Today?
Because I didn't get to yesterday.
Why would you get to yesterday?
Because yesterday was Valentine's Day.
I don't
and
think
we
I
didn't
approved
take
it.
pictures. Well, you agreed that just like Halloween, that Valentine's Day is a special
Is a special
day.
occasion.
And we
Yeah,
didn't
I
even
didn't-
take pictures.
You know what else we didn't do? We didn't finish Shark Boy and Lava Girl.
We had
We
like,
had 19 minutes left.
we can watch our 19 minutes and then do makeup.
No, we can't. My mother's gonna be out there.
You have a TV in your room.
I do, but it's not connected to any Netflix.
Oh, it's connected to my Netflix on my phone.
Oh. Okay. Then I guess we can.
Unless you don't want to.
I can. I'll do it. I'll do it. Yeah. I finish what I start.
You should. I'm gonna tell on you to your mom that there's no Netflix in your room.
Okay.
So that you can set it up. I'm so tired. Maybe we have nap time. We have food. Nap. No, food, Shark Boy and Lava Girl, 19 minutes. Potential nap. Makeup.
It's not that hard.
Nap until 10. You have to go. There's no makeup.
I'm going, if it is 10:05, I'm still doing his makeup. I will call my grandma and be like, I'm doing his makeup. She has her tablet. She'll be
I could never do that.
About all I know. I wouldn't be surprised if you could.
I wouldn't be surprised if you like pulled it out. Just hit juggle with the soccer ball. Like the soccer juggle.
That's hard.
Did you just say bless you to me?
No, I said bless.
Are you like imposing your religion on me?
Nah, I just said bless.
I said bless you. Which,
Bless, like blemish.
yeah, like you.
That's 5 days.
Got him.
And
Except your apology.
Yippee! And a pair of fancy boots, fancy boots.
You can like get old ones, I don't know, like I feel like it's a weight. Like, I do some search. Come up like
That's boobies.
Probably just hang out. No, because we'll have a contest at
Tonight? I don't think I learned about it.
I don't know.
This is the thing with all my
Spent a lot of
drawings.
time there. Don't catch me one of these
I haven't done any of them.
What the hell is that draw?
I'm trying to remember my basket.
A man with a bulge.
Oh.
It wasn't me.
Wait.
He's got his chest flapping out. He's got a bulge.
That's what we call an alcoholic.
Nah, he's happy.
He's drunk.
He's aware that he's happy too.
Poor guy, probably got divorced.
Some of the grains and grasses, you know, I'll know those, and I'll know some of the horticultural stuff. For the most part, if it's not found out in the woods, then yeah, it's kind of in California, like 20 or so. And in Oregon, there's a lot, right? They try, but most of the time they don't have funding. Or we get the project in Columbus.
But this
Are we doing a lab right now?
We do a lot of work doing like
Cheers now.
What is that?
That's.
Why did you take it out? Why did you turn it upside down?
Yours are all upside down.
You're upside down. Bro, this is so edible.
Mostly, like historically, it's been almost exclusively hydroelectric, you know, stuff like that that they've been doing. And the wind has only been, you know,
It's no longer a bulge, it's just a hole.
relatively recent thing.
It's poking out.
So it's has nothing to do with federal as well. So like the connectors and all that stuff to do cross federal, access cross federal, and therefore they don't have to deal with federal because they don't see.
For stuff for today, I didn't have, we are gonna have an official like lab that you're going to fill out, and I may change that around a little from what we've learned. Maybe pull some things out, maybe already know, or add some new things in, or something like that. But you guys can keep doing whatever you need to do. Okay, you can think of.
We're wrapping up. We're almost out of here. I hear adapter.
Oh yeah. So, what was I saying? Yeah. Press that. Tuesday for me, and then Thursday for me, 27th. Did I get my dates wrong again?
No, you got it right.
Okay. So yeah, so the exam was originally planned for Thursday, February 22nd. But because of being sick on Tuesday and then pulling this in today, the exam's going to be pushed back a day. So it's pushed from Thursday the 22nd to the following Tuesday. Am I, you know, oh, did I, oh, you know what? I know I made a mistake. Otherwise, that's weird. Like, why would I push it back 2 whole days and not 1 day? Yeah, I messed up. Thank you. And
Yeah, because we're missing 2 days. I guess the flex day is not free.
So I sent a message and somebody asked me about that and I updated it. So if you go in there, it should be updated. And I think I said, what did I say? Yeah. I think that even pushed it back like 3 class periods.
Yeah.
And that's what's like weird about that. So when someone asks, they're like, I'm like, the exam's in like a week and a half, and they're like, no, it's not. I think it's like 2 or 3 weeks away. And I was like, no. And then they told me, and I was tired when I wrote the date. I must have opened the calendar and wrote the right thing. I apologize about that, you guys. Luckily, it's still pushed back for you. So that's wonderful. And you're having a lot of extra time to study than normally would be the case in this class because we don't have class on Tuesday. We missed, so there's a whole extra some time there. Question in the back.
How is this gonna affect the pacing for like the rest of the semester?
It's 1 class period difference, really. If you look at the schedule.
So is the field trips gonna be on the same day still though?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Are we finally gonna get to fungus?
I hope so. All right. So when I come up with the schedule, and please note that at the top of the schedule it does say this is a tentative schedule. I will let you know if things are changing. Yes. So I try to keep it like that, but I do know that things change. Classes get canceled, or we start talking about a topic based on a different topic, or some opportunity like today comes up, and it does change things up. And I build the schedule in a way so that there's space to move things around, or compress something, add something, take something away. But generally, that will be the general schedule will follow. All right. So this Tuesday, remember, don't come to class. Don't come. If you have classes tomorrow, Friday there's a holiday. If you have classes on Monday, Monday's a holiday. Tuesday is a special flex staff day. So I think the college is still open for students, and like tutoring centers.
The tutoring center is open.
Thank you. Tutoring center's open. I think Mesa still open?
Mesa's open on Tuesday.
Yeah. So. That kind of, everything's still, it's just that your actual classes are canceled that day, because it's back on the in-service kind of day. Then things will be back in normal routine after that. So it's been a kind of interesting couple of weeks, I know. So then Thursday, we'll be covering leaf anatomy, and so that announcement I sent out where I said, try to think about the fact that you'll probably be out and about for about an hour outside, walking around looking at leaves for part of the class period. So think about that when you're, whatever the weather's like. If it's pouring rain, that's not going to be a good time to look for leaves. So we may have to adjust that. I don't know what the weather's going to be like at this point. But if it's a light drizzle, let's still go out. So keep that in mind, and what you're wearing. You're wearing an umbrella or what? And that day that'll be our last thing we're going to do for anatomy. Also, we're also going to talk a little bit about the function of xylem and phloem, if there's time. I can always be fit in later as well. So I did actually open up a module for Bryophytes, just because we covered Bryophytes today. We're also going to be covering that topic again, mixing in with evolution of plants and plant diversity, right? So a lot of the stuff we talk about today, you'll feel like, oh, I've heard that before, and it's going to be awesome because it'll be like feel more comfortable. There won't be so much new terminology when we start talking about gametophytes and sporophytes and dominant generation, alternating generation, those kinds of things. We'll actually be talking about that pretty soon here in the next few weeks. So thank you. So that, it'll be great that you've gotten some of that already introduced to you. And you'll learn a little bit more about bryophytes, and then we'll jump into the other major plant groups. You look on the posters in the back. You've got the moss poster, moss life cycle. You've learned there's mosses, liverworts, and hornworts. Moss is our little poster child here. And then we've got ferns. We've also got some really, one of the guys I was talking up here from BLM, he's a lycophyte specialist, and he was like, you're missing one of the plant groups back there. He's like, you've got mosses, ferns, pines, lily, where's your lycophytes? And I was like, they don't make lycophyte posters. But I was like, but don't worry, we talk about lycophytes in this classroom. And he might even come, not to do a whole workshop like this, but come and just talk a little bit about his specialty, which is a really cool quillwort plant in the lycophyte group. So, and then we're going to be talking about gymnosperms, which pine is our poster child there. And we have lily up there for angiosperms. So, and that is actually a really exciting, fun part of the semester. And it all is exciting and fun, I think. It all has its like interesting parts, but that's kind of like taking depending on what specialty is, if you take a biology class and you're like, I want to look at the different diversity of life in major groups of life, but you start out with basic chemistry and biological molecules and cells and cell respiration and work up to that, right? All of it's really important and interesting. So, I gave you, this is not the lab that I handed out to you, our LEAF lab. You guys will get that on Thursday. But this handout is, I thought it'd be nice to give it to you now because I'm going to be opening up a quiz that pulls in more plant anatomy stuff. I've also opened up the LEAF module, so you can go in there. I strongly recommend reading the chapter before you take the quiz. So read the chapter on leaves, which I'm forgetting right now what chapter that is. Anyone know? Leaf chapter? Anybody ready? Leaf chapter is. What chapter is that? 7. Chapter 7. Okay, cool. So yeah, so stems is chapter 6. Chapter 7, it's a short chapter. But, you know, looking at some of the stuff we've already sort of talked a bit about, understanding the anatomy of a pine needle, dicots, monocots, comparing venation in leaves. So that's a great chapter to read through. And then the handout I gave you, I've already written this right. It goes through some great leaf terminology that is part of stuff you need to study for the exam. So I just want to give it to you to get you start thinking about that stuff because, yeah, we're not going to be able to talk to each other for a while, like a week. And I'm going to get that quiz open before we actually do that discussion, have that discussion on leaves. So that quiz, there was already a quiz, right? The quiz covered biological molecules and what else did I cover? Cells, cell stuff, mitosis, right? This quiz opening out will then emphasize roots, root anatomy, stem anatomy, leaf anatomy, and we'll have some images that will be similar to kinds of images you'll see on the exam. So that'll be great for you to practice with. And same thing as before, you'll get to take it up to 3 times. And I strongly recommend studying before you take it and not look at your notes. But you can look at your notes. Like you don't have to feel guilty if you have your notes up. Okay. Yes.
Was there any way that you could change it? Because like you couldn't see your answers or what you got right or wrong till the 3rd time. Is there any way we could see what we got wrong like the 1st time? Because I tried going back and studying like the 1st and 2nd time when I took it, and I had to take it up till the 3rd time to see what I actually got like wrong or right.
You actually got right.
They didn't let us see answers until the 3rd attempt was done.
Yeah, so like I could go back and be, it's like, oh, you got 18 out of 20. I'm like, okay, but what 2 did I get wrong? And it wouldn't show me. And I took it like.
It tells you that you got so many wrong, but it doesn't tell you which ones you got wrong.
Yeah, I know that there's like a mode that you can do where it just shows you which problems like you got right and wrong, but it won't reveal what the actual correct answer is.
Yeah, it'll be like, you got this one wrong and this one wrong, and then all the ones that you got correct.
Yeah, I thought I had it set up that way. Okay.
Because
So
like,
I'll go back in there.
and you're like, which one?
Okay. Yeah, it's, when you're setting up a quiz, sometimes it's a little tricky, making sure you're hitting the right thing. So I'll look and see, so you guys can check that out.
Just double check, are the labs still being due on the 22nd, or is that also moved to 27th?
Oh, no, the labs, yeah, thank you, I was gonna talk about that. The labs, your lab folder, with all labs we've done up until LEAF will be your last one. That is due exam day. I do have it set up that way, but I strongly recommend if you have questions about your lab, like you guys are probably like, why don't you have those due so we can see, make sure we have it right before the exam? And that makes a lot of sense. I've done that before. It's just really tricky timing wise because, you know, we're learning one of them is all the way up until right before exam day, right? And so it'd be tricky to have time to get that back to you even before the exam anyways. And then I like to allow you guys to have time to work, to spend on them longer versus have them do that day, right? So what I recommend is if you do have any question about what you're doing, or if you feel like you've done it right, but you just want me to look over it, I'm happy to do that. Like at the end, like during lab, or at the end of lab, during office hour, I'm happy to like quickly like skim through or if you have a specific question to ask me then, okay? Otherwise, you just fully complete your labs. You bring your lab folder in on exam day, and you are going to turn it in before you take the exam, okay? And then take the exam. And then I have a buttload of grading to do between the exams and all the labs. So good time for me. And good time for you because you're done with the exam, you did awesome, and you feel good about it being over, right? I'm looking at the future. That's how you're gonna feel. Because you have a lot of time to study. Every time you do this, like this next topic, we're going to cover vascular tissue and leaves, and review a lot of that same stuff you've been learning. Yeah.
What was the scan from?
I just have one blue that's literally in my bag for any day. But I haven't needed it.
I think it actually has, I think it like is 8-2 or 8-2.
I know all for
but it's just the one that has 50 questions on it.
Yeah, it's the most common one we're looking for.
So 50 questions on one side, 51 to 100 on the other side. You're only going to do one side.
And there's only 50 questions.
Yeah, it's 50 questions. Well, the scan's not 50. Oh, there's other parts. Yeah.
You're only doing one side of the other side for the next
Yes, I do allow that. I will give you your skin comes back. There's a portion of the exam that you're not hitting that. And so I provide paper for you to write your answers on and then you don't get the official exam. Okay, so I give you your Scantron and your answer sheet. Yeah, you'll get your last one. All right, so. Any other questions?
Are we gonna stay for like 450 for the whole exam?
All right, that's an excellent question. Thanks for asking. So on exam day, I do allow for that whole period for its exam, and I do things differently some semesters, but it's nice to know you don't have that time limit, and part of the time, so you'll get started on the exam, and I'll as it looks like people are getting done with the written part, or the part that's in front of you, then we'll switch gears and we'll do a slideshow where you actually see images that I'll ask you questions about. Like, there'll be a stem cross-section, and I'll ask you what organ it is, and whether or not it's a monocot or a dicot, things like that.
Okay.
And ask you specific questions about it.
Okay.
So, and then you'll have time to go back if you weren't quite done with the rest, and you'll have that time. So yeah, so if you're done, and most people take about maybe about 2 hours in the exam, so most people do leave early. Well, I didn't know exactly how long that the Bryophyte part was gonna take, so I did have some other stuff to go over, but we're pretty close to being done anyway. So the final thing I'm going to talk about is just to remind you about this book. I think I didn't have my copy with me the first day of class, so I showed you the PDF copy that's on Canvas, so you don't have to go out and buy it. But I just wanted you to see how cute and little it is. After the exam, I'm going to be starting to assign readings from this. So just a reminder that if you don't want to use the PDF copy that is free, this is like $15 or $20, something like that I purchased through Amazon. But if you would rather have like a copy like this that you can read wherever, and then make sure you get it by then. That's still a little ways off, right? It's like 2 weeks from now. 2.5 or 2 weeks from now. So, all right. Any other questions? I know our classes are long, but they're information packed, right? Mm-hmm. And fun packed. Questions? Another question?
Who's that book by, real quick?
This is Stefano Mancuso. It is. I think it actually was written in Italian first. All right. I guess it's time. Well, how'd you guys like what you learned today?
Good.
What
was his job?
Class flew by, honestly.
What's that?
What did he do? Is he talking about jobs for like?
He said he lost funding for something.
I know. I honestly, I met him before for another Bryophyte thing, and I'm still not fully, because that was pre-COVID. Now it's after COVID, so things have changed. He said he kind of lost his position with COVID, and I don't really know what he's doing now.
Yeah, he said he was working at Oregon State previously, but the guy he was collaborating with retired.
And then he lost all his funding.
Yeah,
and so
but I don't know what he's doing now.
Not
Speaking crazy.
Yeah. So he's going traveling.
Maybe he just made it really big.
He's also
and now he's retired.
And you know what he loves?
And he's living that best life.
Even more than Bryophytes.
I would hope that for him.
Fungi.
Oh, that's if he's doing good.
He's a big fungi guy. So I'm like,
Who is it?
you should, maybe we could. So yeah, I try to have a speaker come in so you guys hear from someone else. Too. So I hope you enjoyed that.